Good morning. 6th April 2020. Another critical day of life. Surprised yesterday night when I saw on 5th of this month, April 2020, at around 8:55 to 9:30 around, in Faridabad, in my area, people, of course, using deepaks, but cracked firecrackers. They played with firecrackers for about 25 minutes, half an hour, and I was surprised to see that. People use firecrackers from their rooftops and streets, and really, I could not understand what it was, whether it was welcome to Corona, or they were celebrating Corona Diwali, or they were angry, or what they were, I don't know, but they were whistling, they were chanting, they were happy, dancing, and playing with firecrackers. This is our attitude of general public. I don't know what happened in other parts of country, but in my area I saw that. I was just in room and saw how people behave, and the voices, firecrackers in, their voices, other voices were in, they were singing, they were happy, and I don't understand minds of people. Some confusion in their minds, or they ignore, or they just enjoy everything, when lakhs and millions of cases of corona patients, and of course deaths of people around the world, and people are enjoying firecrackers. It's really very strange when there is hardly certain country left in whole world where corona could not access. I think even South Sudan has reported arrival of corona. No country is left. I saw yesterday 203 or 4 countries have already been affected, and we people are celebrating firecrackers. Really, I don't understand what it is. What is meaning of they are celebrating with firecrackers and chanting and dancing on roofs and in streets? I can say only mads can do like this. Mads, no one else. What was wanted, that is something else, but people reacted differently. Means if they are given a chance, they can celebrate on death bodies also. They can celebrate on dead bodies, and this is happening. अच्छा नहीं लगा देखकर लोगों का बिहेवियर, कंडक्ट, जहाँ लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मरने की, बीमार होने की आशंका है दुनिया में, जहाँ 204-5 कंट्रीज़ में ये प्रॉब्लम पहुँच चुकी है, और हम देख रहे हैं कि लोग फायर क्रैकर्स, आतिशबाजी चला रहे हैं आधे घंटे, 9 से लेके 9:30 तक, उससे पहले बल्कि 9 से सारा आसमान आतिशबाजी से भरा पड़ा रहा। क्या लोग चाहते हैं, क्या सोचते हैं, मुझे समझ नहीं आया। क्या सरकार कम्युनिकेशन करना चाहती थी और क्या लोग समझते हैं? ऐसा है हमारा बिहेवियर, ऐसा है। आप बताइए, कोई तुक है इस बात में कि आप आतिशबाजी जलाएं रात में, जबकि लोग बीमारी से पीड़ित हैं, लाखों लोग, और कितने मर चुके हैं? आप क्या दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को? क्या संदेश देना चाहते हैं दुनिया को? हम खुश हैं। कब जलाते हैं आतिशबाजी? जब राम लौट के आए तभी जलाते हैं। यहाँ किस लिए जलाई गई? हम मरने को तैयार है इसलिए जलाई गई कि आइए कोरोना जी, आइए हमारे यहाँ आइए। खैर, पागलपन को मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता। अगर कोई समाज के लोग पागल हो जाएं तो उसका मैं कोई उत्तर नहीं दे सकता। जब दिमाग का बैलेंस गलत हो जाए, शायद ये सब ड्रामा ही चलना था। कोई नहीं जानता ऐसा क्यों किया होगा। मैंने पूछा भी नहीं, ना पूछने की जरूरत समझता हूँ। जो दिख रहा है उसके लिए पूछना क्या? वो क्या रिपोर्ट आती है टीवी में, क्या नहीं आती है, उसको भूल जाओ। वो सब रिपोर्टें वही आएंगी जो वो रिपोर्ट देना चाहते हैं। सच्चाई तो आने से रही, और वो चाहते भी नहीं सच्चाई दिखाई जाए, क्योंकि लोग ही बेशरम हैं देश के, तो कोई क्या करेगा। इस देश में जहाँ तक मैं समझ रहा हूँ, गंभीरता नाम की कोई चीज़ नहीं है। और जहाँ गंभीरता खो जाती है वहाँ भगवान गंभीर हो जाता है, क्योंकि आखिरकार दुनिया उसी ने बनाई है और जिम्मेदारी भी उसी की है। जब बेशरम लोग हो जाएं, नंगे हो जाएं, तो उसका क्या इलाज कोई कर सकता है। दिमाग ना इस्तेमाल करें लोग, बस अपने नशे में बहते रहें, क्योंकि उन्हीं के पास घर है रहने के लिए, रोटी खाने के लिए, उन्हें कोई चिंता नहीं है। पूछिए उन लोगों से जिनके पास खाना नहीं है आज की तारीख में, वो बताएंगे दिवाली क्या होती है और अंधेरा क्या होता है। पूछिए उनसे जाके, उन 3 लाख आदमियों से पूछिए बॉम्बे की कंपनी जब बैठे हैं जिनके पास खाने को नहीं है। पूछिए उन लोगों से उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं है, खाली बैठे हैं भूख से मरने के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं। पूछिए उन लोगों से आपको कि फायर क्रैकर और आतिशबाजी क्या होती है। शर्म नहीं होती हमारे देश के लोगों में। पेट भरा है तो चिंता नहीं, दूसरा मर जाए हमें क्या, हम तो अपने मज़े में रहेंगे। यही सोच कोरोना को लाई है और ये ड्रामेबाजी से वो जाने वाला नहीं। सीरियसली कह रहा हूँ, गंभीरता से कह रहा हूँ। और जब तक तुम गंभीर नहीं होगे ये दुनिया नहीं सुधर सकती। उधर इंग्लैंड में 3000 लोग बाहर आ गए, लंदन में 3000 धूप सेकने बाहर आ गए। एक पार्क है वहाँ पहुँच गए, धूप सेकने आए, पार्क खुला हुआ था, पुलिस को पता लगा, डांटा, उनको आके भगा दिया। वहाँ भी यहाँ भी दिमाग, एक लोग जब शायद कोई समस्या आती है उसको फेस नहीं कर सकते, चाहे वो यहाँ के हों या लंदन के हों या कहीं और के हों। मानवता एक ही है कि सुख चाहती, या कह सकते हैं आप आज का युवा वर्ग जो कोई गंभीरता का मतलब नहीं समझता। ज़िंदगी बनी बनाई जब मिल जाती है तो कोई चिंता नहीं होती। और शायद ये आज पूरे विश्व में वही है, क्योंकि घर में बैठने की आदत नहीं है, पढ़ने की आदत नहीं है, कुछ करने की आदत नहीं है। तो थोड़ा सा चांस हो भागो भाई, ठीक है। वहाँ तो सर्दी रहती है इंग्लैंड में, धूप का मौसम है आजकल, बसंत चल रही है, वहाँ बाहर आ गए घूमने, घर में नहीं रह सकते। तो भाई इन सब चीज़ों का फ़ायदा क्या। अगर आपको नहीं रहना घर में तो फिर ये सब लॉकडाउन या जो भी हम दुनिया में देख रहे हैं ज़बरदस्ती कराने से कुछ तो होने वाला नहीं। अगर कुछ करना होता है तो आप अपने तन से मन से कीजिए, किसी के कहने से क्यों। और अगर किसी का कहना मानते हैं तो फिर आपको पूरी तरह से कीजिए, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हो रहा। शायद संचार की कमी है, समझदारी की कमी है, या जो कराना चाह रहे हैं वो पर्याप्त संदेश भेजने में असफल हैं। कहीं ना कहीं तो कुछ है, नहीं तो ऐसा नहीं होता। ऐसा होता ही नहीं। अगर लोग समझदार होते, पहले से सोचते, ऐसा नहीं होता। बड़ी मुश्किल से आसमान साफ हुआ था, कुछ पर्यावरण कुछ कम साफ हुआ था, और लोगों ने फिर, अब मैं तो नहीं समझता कि हमारे यहाँ आतिशबाजी छोड़ी होगी, जगह जगह छोड़ी होंगी, क्योंकि लोग तो जानते ही हैं, एक दूसरे को फ़ोन करते ही रहते हैं। अब मैं आगे चलता हूँ, सोचता हूँ इसका कोई इलाज नहीं है। जब गलत फहमी हो जाए लोगों को, या नशा आ जाए, ज़रा सा चांस उनको मिल जाए कुछ करने के लिए, तो उसका वो अपने आप मतलब निकाल लेते हैं। और ऐसा ही हुआ। मुझे दुख हुआ, लेकिन मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ। दुख हुआ उस सरकार की सोच पर जो क्या कहना चाहती थी, और उस पब्लिक की सोच पर वो क्या समझना चाहती थी। मतलब ये कि आज की तारीख में इंसान है ही नहीं, मानव के अंदर वो चीज़ है ही नहीं जो होनी चाहिए। और शायद इसीलिए ऊपर वाला भगवान भी दुनिया से असंतुष्ट है, नाराज़ है। यही एक कारण हो सकता है कि ये सब हो रहा है। अगर संतुष्ट नहीं होता, अगर वो नाराज़ नहीं होता तो ये सब नहीं होता। ऐसा इसीलिए हो रहा है। खैर, इट्स नॉट माई प्रॉब्लम टू टेल, आई जस्ट कम्युनिकेटेड व्हाट आई नोटिस्ड माई सेल्फ। आई एम नॉट डिपेंडिंग ऑन एनी न्यूज़। I witnessed all this and I was very upset with this, that people are crazy. In fact, people are mad. They don't deserve any respect, they don't deserve any good effect, and our government is super up to them. This is creation by government, because government say one thing, people understand another thing, and they decide one more step by itself. I think that is principle here. We can decide ourselves what we have to do in advance, in addition to what has been asked to do. That point has been left behind, and they converted that message to something else which they preferred it should be done, and they did that. America is shivering. America is unclear about what to do, and American people are struggling more than we are struggling. We are struggling nothing actually. We have started to struggle. Europe have on midway to struggle. They have on midway of struggling. America is also starting to struggle, and many other countries are starting this struggle. This struggle shall take its own time. We cannot avoid that. We cannot do anything. We have nothing to do. We have no solution. हमारे पास कुछ है ही नहीं. हल कैसे निकालेंगे हम नहीं जानते. क्या होगा कैसे रक्त बीज तो आप जानते होंगे, वो राक्षस जो हमारे को कहा जाता है, हम देखा तो हमने भी नहीं है लेकिन ऐसा समझा जाता है, वो रक्त बीज जिसके एक शरीर की बूंद गिरने से एक और रक्त बीज पैदा होता था. दैट रक्त बीज डेविल, when his one drop of blood used to fall on earth, another rakt bij would have been generated. That rakt bij I am talking. I understand that type of problem it is, because none on earth has understood it correctly. Precautionary measures can be taken and must be taken. Body system should be intensified, it should be made upwards resistance, and it should have more immunity than we have. I know only those people other than workers and laborers are not having an immunity, but laborers is having much better immunity than others, because they walked a lot, hundreds of kilometers they can walk, and corona cannot affect such people because their body system is strong, all their fats are burnt, so chances of corona to attack them are remote. But chances to those people who never work hard, they enjoy life, chances of corona attack are better on them, multiple times better on them than those workers, poor workers. So I have requested before also, use your lifestyle in a way that you defeat that attack by immune body. आपको अपने आप को थोड़ा मजबूत बनाना है, ये ज़रूरी है. ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, ये एक्सपीरियंस कहता है. अगर आप गर्म पानी पिए अच्छी तरह से उबाल के, आपका शरीर थोड़ा सा मजबूत होगा. थोड़े से का मतलब है आपके शरीर में गर्मी भी रहेगी और साफ़ पानी भी रहेगा. तो कोई भी इम्प्योरिटी आती है, अशुद्धता आती है, तो वो इतनी आसानी से काम नहीं कर सकती. और आप धूप से किए, सड़क पे अगर नहीं जा सकते तो छत पे जा सकते हैं. अगर आप आतिशबाजी जला सकते हैं तो धूप भी तो सेक सकते हैं. जाइए छत पे 1 घंटा, 12 बजे, 1 बजे, 2 बजे छत पे जाइए, आधा घंटा 1 घंटा रहिए, थोड़ा पसीना भी निकलेगा. और तापमान आजकल अच्छा है, अभी मैंने देखा काफ़ी अच्छा तापमान रहेगा दिन में, 36 डिग्री तक लिखा है उसमें. तो इसका आप फ़ायदा उठाइए. अगर आप आधा घंटा, पौना घंटा छत पे बैठते हैं जाके या घूमते हैं इधर उधर थोड़ा सा धूप में या घर के बाहर सही, आपकी बॉडी की गंध तो निकलेगी, क्योंकि आपको गर्मी में रहने की आदत नहीं है. आपको एसी चाहिए, एसी कार चाहिए, एसी लिफ्ट चाहिए, सबको एसी चाहिए. लेकिन अभी तो खैर एसी का मौसम नहीं है, लेकिन आपके शरीर में इंजेक्शन लेने से अच्छा है सूरज की रोशनी ले लीजिए. इतना तो कर सकते हैं, इसमें पैसे तो नहीं लगेंगे आपके. हाँ, आपका पसीना जरूर आएगा, कोई बात नहीं, आने दो पसीना. अगर आपको पसीना आके गर्म पानी पी के, और अगर चल सकते हो छत पे चल लीजिए, सड़क पे तो आप जा नहीं पाएंगे. तो कुछ तो आप ले सकते हैं दवाई के अलावा. गर्म पानी पी सकते हैं तो और भी कुछ खा पी सकते हैं. कहने का मतलब है अपने शरीर को थोड़ा तंदुरुस्त बनाइए, सुस्त मत बनाइए. अपने आप को बिज़ी रखिए, पढ़िए, लिखिए, समझिए, समझाइए, नॉलेज बढ़ाइए। मैं तो कुछ वीडियो भी डाल रहा हूँ पुराने, जो लोगों ने पहले नहीं देखे होंगे। मैं कुछ वीडियो इंग्लिश के डाल रहा हूँ कि आप हिंदी से इंग्लिश में कैसे ट्रांसलेशन, अनुवाद करते हैं। वो फार्मूले जो आपने पढ़े होंगे या नहीं होंगे मैं नहीं जानता, लेकिन फिर भी रिमाइंड कराने में क्या नुकसान है। आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू हेल्प पीपल फॉर time pass. I have seen that majority of youth and others are weak in English translation, so it's my support to them. I have small videos I am putting daily on my stories, and those are very small videos. There are about 14 videos in English. You can translate from Hindi to English. Tenses are these. I recorded those videos 1 year back when I started giving lives on Facebook. So very small videos, I think 8 minutes to about, one is only more than an hour, otherwise 8 minutes on average. Those 12-13 videos and text along with that is there. If you want get benefit of that, you can use them. I have put already out of 14, I have put already 8 videos, and remaining I'll put every 2 or 3 videos a day. Well, if you are so interested, I'm not forcing you, I'm just advising you. If you are interested in using your time to some benefit, you can use it. Nobody will teach you in these days like that, because we learned it in thorough understanding when I was young. Now I think that system is absent. People are not taking that much interest in teaching, but there is no end to teaching at any time in life. आप ज़िंदगी में कभी भी कुछ भी सीख सकते हैं, कोई रुकावट नहीं होती है इस चीज़ में, और उसके लिए इंटरेस्ट चाहिए होता है, समय चाहिए होता है। समय आपको मिलता नहीं है, आप बहुत बड़े आदमी हैं, इतना बड़ा देश है, इतने लोग हैं, लेकिन समय नहीं होता था लोगों के पास। अब तो समय है, जितना भी है उसका बजाय टाइम ख़राब करने के कुछ सीखना चाहिए। लेकिन कम लोग होते हैं। मैं देख रहा हूँ कि लोग आजकल सोते ज़्यादा हैं। आजकल शायद आदत हो गई है, कुछ सुस्त हो गए हैं पिछले 10-11 दिन में। 1-2 दिन तो शायद जोश में था, कोई नहीं सोए होंगे, टाइम पास किया होगा। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम कब आती है? जब टाइम इतना मिल जाए कि आपके पास उसको पास करने की ही प्रॉब्लम हो जाए। आज वही हो रहा है। एवरीबडी हैज़ लॉट ऑफ टाइम, बट देयर इज़ नो वर्क टू डू, हाउ टू पास दैट टाइम। Those who are doing job, for them it's not a problem because they work from home, but who are having no jobs, problem lies with them. So they don't know how to pass time, so they are doing all acts, calling someone without any need. There is no need, but because they are not paying money, they just call someone for just to call, for sake of calling. What I am saying is, time never comes back. If you remain after Corona, you are safe. Time you will not get again, because you get job back, you get economy back. Maybe in 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, you will be occupied, and you won't have Corona next year. Don't worry. So if you want to upgrade your knowledge, you can learn whatever is your interest. I'm not saying learn this only, what I'm saying you can learn anything. English language you can learn, or mathematics you can learn, or constitution of India learn, or whatever else you have interest in, you can learn in. This is time. Nobody is charging you anything. But if you know you just want to live as it is, that's up to you. If you want to just live lowest profile life, you stay with that. Only I can suggest, and I am prepared for that. I have put many videos during last year of my life, you can say 2019, and this year 2020 running. Every day I am trying to put something to public in various field. Example, translation. Example is earth, economy. Example, applied spiritual numbers, because I am habit of numbers, understanding my analysis, not depending upon some other one. And also engineering and management and national and international issues to my limit. I have already, I think there are more than 400 videos on Facebook and 5 or 6 on YouTube. So you can use them if you like, and if you say no, we don't want, well, it's up to you. Some are in English, some are in Hindi, some are combined. Because I cannot give everything in Hindi, my approach, my access is to many other nationalities also throughout the world. So I have to think for everybody, not only our people. So that's the reason that some videos are in English language, some are in Hindi language, and some are in combination of each other. I think it doesn't make a difference. You know English, all of you. Maybe not very good, but working knowledge you have, or you can have it. It's not big deal. Even if you, I think if you understand 12 sentences, 12 tenses, and some vocabulary, you can use English in your working life. Because I have seen English of those people also whose mother tongue is English, and I know what they know. They know actually not that worth which they are supposed to know, just like we don't know worth of our language as we are supposed to know. So it applies equally to all nationalities. Their own language they don't know, but they try to learn others. And that is the reason that Englishman tries to learn French or Spanish or something else. Same thing Spanish girls, why wants to learn English? It lies that all over the world. When we don't know our mother language, yeah, we speak that because of not knowledge, because of not language, because we are in that society where our mother tongue is used. So we know that, and writing is always a problem for us. We can speak, but we cannot write. If somebody asks us to write in Hindi, of course I'm sure I'll make out of 10 sentences 20 mistakes, matra mistake, this mistake, that mistake, and I know that I can do that because I am not good in my language. Without any shame I am saying that. But I am better in other language, and that though it's not other language at this time, English is also a part of our language. We cannot call it a foreign language, but it's a language. Means why to think of that it's not my language or this language? Wherever you go to some other country, you have to learn something of that language, and you learn for daily requirements. So it happens. And in our country itself, there are different languages. You go to one state to other state, you will find varying languages, others. So you have to survive there also. So what I'm saying is, you can use this knowledge, or somebody else also put much. Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe put other people put their own works on Facebook or on Twitter or somewhere else. You can use that, or you can put your own. I'll be happy with that. If you have a practice to do something, you can communicate to public, because this medium is available, and this is a good time that we have this medium. Though it's not ours, but it's our use. We are using this. People are putting engineering issues, people are putting some other issues, people are putting advertisements, and of course people are doing bad things also, bad acts also. People are putting naked pictures and all that. I am getting many naked videos which I don't like actually. I sometimes try to block those trends, and sometimes I return and say, please don't do that. And still, these people do not do. They are having dirty mind, you can say. They don't understand what they are doing, why they are talking to that. A person is on Facebook and try to give you something, and you think the person is of nature, I will blame homosexuality or something else. This is complete nonsense, and I should apologize to them. Please don't do this. I will request all those, don't do this one. It's not good, neither good for you, for me. I am interested in knowledge, not in all that. I am interested in disseminating my knowledge, whatever I right or wrong I have, and you can review that. And I expect you to support me to that extent. And if you cannot support me to that extent, that's your choice. I'm not going to force you. I can only make an appeal to you that help each other. I am trying to help based on my knowledge, my education, and my experience, to share with you for your benefit, for national benefit. Because if your benefit is there and you are this country's member, it's national benefit, not because of certain political reason, but because of responsibility towards my country. And when country gave me something, gave me education, it's also my duty to pay back something to my brothers and sisters, and that is duty of every citizen. And this much we can do, at least, if we cannot do something else. And we have to understand that means help yourself to help others, and help others to help yourself. This is basic principles. Corona is not one day game. This is also true. because this was unpredictable, but it has come. So we have to pray to whatever God you believe in, that help us to get rid of this, and that's all. Nothing else. Because if there are so millions, crores of people everywhere, there are good people also by heart, by mind, and bad people are of course there. God never listens to bad people. Keep in mind. He may be whatever level. He may be president, he may be prime minister, he may be big scientist. If person is not character one, if person does not do justice to others, that person is never valued even by God. Yes, opportunity has been given to that person, but examination also exists. A smallest person can be given more value. You can take example of Saburi, Ram and Saburi relation. She was nothing, very small. Ram examined her and valued her more than any devta. Example is there. She spent her life for remembering God in the name of Ram. She was lowest section of society, had no wealth, but she was given top value by God. Just think that way. Ravan was top, but that was killed. Ravan was very big scholar. He had all knowledge, all powers, but his character was not good. His thoughts were not good. So it doesn't matter who you are. Matters is what you do. How clean you are in your heart and mind, and what is your value, what is your application to help poor. And if you don't help needy, you are not human being. Yes, to forceful, to powerful, everybody bows before powerful, but you don't bow before poor. So your gratitudes, you can say, your benevolence got no meaning when you don't help those who are at lower level than you, but you try to help others. You have to think that way. So only those people who are honest by heart, by minds, who do not cause injustice to others, those people should pray God to get rid of this attack, this corona bomb. Only then you can get rid of this. You may be 1% or 2%. Your value is more than those 98% dirty public in eyes of God. And I am just advising you, Kali got public rid of Raktbij, we all know. So Kali, which means time manager, that only can help you. It's not to do something with faith or religion, but a power that handles time. That power should be requested, appealed to help us get rid of this, and it takes only few seconds for that power, if that power accepts your prayer. Sometimes 1 or 2 persons are enough to force God to do something, and sometimes all you cannot do anything because your dirty hearts, your dirty minds, your dirty thoughts won't allow God to accept you. There are barricades in your life, dirty work, your sins will not force God to accept your prayer, whatever prayer you do. Remember one thing, prayer cannot physically help you, but it can help your mind, it can help your soul to have more resistance to fight with this ultimate fighting you have to do. Remember, it is science that helps. It's not prayer alone. That is misconception. Lakshman and Ram were also fainted, you remember. They were gods. They did not seek any help if they really had used their power. But because they taught public, they did not believe in prayers. What was done, when Lakshman was fainted, Ved was called, not prayer. And then one mountain was shifted which had that medicine. So it was medicine and doctor that cured that power of Sirishnath. You just think of that. No prayer could help them. How it would help you? When both were fainted, Ram and Lakshman, you remember how it was treated? Who was called? They were fainted because of snake. So, equivalent power was called which could cut snake. Grew. Just learn from that, though it's epic. Nobody can prove it. But a lesson can be learned from that. Then don't waste your time. Don't think that automatically something will happen. God justifies everything. Because God is not imagination. God is science. God is management. God is nature. Think that way. Don't believe in pundits or others. Believe in science, because science is not man-made also. Science is God-made. Science is answer, not question. Do not think that by believing something you will get it. You will get it only when you do something. So be practical. Corona has come. It will take its time to go. It will do its job. No one can stop that, because it's not man creation. It is God's order. They will do their job. You pray or you don't pray, you have to face it. If you do not face it, you will suffer. Yes, if you have to die, no one can stop me or you. Die means we have to die. But face it. Many news come every day. Many news. Sometimes people are confused. Sometimes they are not confused. But you have to learn from that. Issue is going, you use mask or you don't use mask. People are confused. Everybody is keeping mask here going, and that's what police knows. Because police is police. They don't know what's happening actually. They know only what they are instructed so to do, and they are doing. पुलिस को सब वो नहीं पता जो हो रहा है. समाचार आते हैं, समाचार जाते हैं. जो पढ़ते हैं समझ जाते हैं, जो नहीं पढ़ते उनके कुछ समझ नहीं आता. और हर व्यक्ति समाचार नहीं पढ़ता. आप पिक्चर देख सकते हैं वीडियो पे, आप क्रिकेट मैच को अच्छा लगता है, किसी को फुटबॉल अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन समाचार सब नहीं देखते, क्योंकि कुछ को तो समझ ही नहीं आते उसमें लिखा क्या है, उसका मतलब क्या है. हमको यह बात समझनी चाहिए. जिसको देखो मास्क लगा के घूम रहा है. अरे भाई क्या सोचिए, मास्क का क्या पर्पस है? कोई सोचता नहीं है, बस घूम रहे हैं, नहीं तो पुलिस डंडा मारे, ये सोचते हैं. उनको ये पता ही नहीं कि आखिर ये समस्या है क्या. They do not know what this problem is all about. Many people do not know. That's why they are wearing mask when it's not required, and particularly when it's hot, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, it's hot. You take that heat into your nose. That is better, or stop that. They don't understand. This is not airborne disease. This infection does not happen because of air. It is clear. Problem was in Hong Kong. Some people accepted to use mask. Some said no. This is Hong Kong I am talking, not our country. Hong Kong, where British ruled for many years, and now it's a part of China. Those people are very dynamic, and there was dispute for many months regarding one law. So some said we don't use and some said we use. Disputed. झगड़ा हुआ इस बात पे. So what happened? WHO interfered. WHO, you know what WHO, World Health Organization, a part of UNO, it was a news that they clarified that mask is not required for ordinary person who is not a patient of corona. But a person who has been identified as corona suspect, that person should use mask. This is a requirement. Not that you every day use mask while walking home or here and there and going outside to buy vegetables. No, just maintain distance. That is adequate. No mask is required, because when you are in distance, you are say 6 feet or 1 meter or 2 meter of someone else. There is no question of transmission of breath to your breath. There is no question of air transmission of that bacteria. No question. So do not waste mask, because doctors are not having mask, nurses are not having mask. It's must for them, but they are not having. And it's not only here, it's entire world in that situation, that they are not ready to fight with this our guest of corona, which for in respect of which yesterday our foolish people celebrated Diwali using firecrackers. You are playing with firecrackers when millions and crores of people are in danger of death. I don't understand this equation. You are teasing or you are welcoming corona. I think you welcome corona. Come on, corona god, you sit here, we welcome you. Therefore, there are other news as well. America is burning. That's a fact. America is burning. And president accepts this and scientists accept this. So a country which thinks it is father of all, its head of all, if that country cannot handle it, what we are? We have not started this disease yet. This is a fact. We are just showing that we are okay, we have no problems, when we are not testing everybody, because we don't have that management with us, we don't have that mechanism with us to conduct tests on all, we don't have testing equipment, we don't have good ventilators, required number, we are short of all that, and we only say we are not affected. That is a fake statement. Fact is that we have not examined public. Iran is conducting tests on everybody, and many other countries are doing that. South Korea did that. Many countries are doing that, and now they are under control. We are starting now to lose control actually. Of course, we say it's not originated here, that's fine. And we have good weather conditions now, we are fine. Yet we should not forget that night time is not that good. In day, it is maybe 32, 33 or 34 degrees Celsius, but during night time, it's not that much. Now still it is around 20, this time in Delhi. It may be 16 someday, it may be 18 someday. That's good one for breeding of this corona. So do not take it for granted that your actions, your celebrations of firecracker shall kill that. गलत फहमी का शिकार का क्या इलाज? आप अगर गलत फहमी में जीना चाहते हैं तो जिए. आपकी अपनी किस्मत बता देगी आपको ये आप कहाँ हैं. बता रही है, बता रही है. आप फेल हैं. सो रहे थे आप, बता रही है किस्मत. सोते रहिए. जो सोएगा जागेगा तो रोएगा. सिंपल सी बात. जो जागेगा काम करके सोएगा, आराम से सोएगा. आप सोते रहिए. अमेरिका भी सो रहा था, आप भी सोइए. इंग्लैंड भी सो रहा था, आप भी सोइए. क्योंकि आप फॉलो तो नहीं को करते हैं. अपना दिमाग तो है नहीं. और दिमाग होता तो ये बात ही क्यों होती. जब दिमाग होता हम में, तो हमें पता है ये प्रॉब्लम अक्टूबर नवंबर से आ रही है, दिसंबर से आ रही है. हमें कोई चिंता नहीं थी, क्योंकि हमारे सर पर तब तक हथौड़ा न मारा जाए हमें होश नहीं आता. ये हमारे खून में. इसको आप कुछ भी समझ लीजिए मैं कह रहा हूँ। हम उस देश के वासी तो जरूर हैं जहाँ गंगा बहती है, हम उस देश के वासी भी जो गंगा का मतलब नहीं समझते। हम उस देश के वासी हैं जहाँ पैसा तो है खाने पीने के लिए, लेकिन हम गरीब का मतलब नहीं समझते। उस देश के वासी हैं, मतलब हम लीचड़ हैं, हमें कोई चिंता नहीं है, जो होगा होगा, सबके साथ होगा, बस ये सोच के हट जाओ। यही चीज़ ने हमें शुरू से मारा है और आज भी मार रही है। सच्चाई हम देखना नहीं चाहते, ये हमारे खून में है। कोई हमें जो कहता है उसको मान लेते हैं, नाचने लगते हैं किसी कहने में। ये हमारा पागलपन नहीं तो और क्या है। हम जानते हैं हमारे सामने कुछ नहीं है, फिर भी खुश है कि हो जाएगा, कहने से हो जाएगा, मेरे कहने से या आपके कहने से हो जाएगा। अरे सूरज निकलता है तो सूरज की रोशनी मिलती है, हवा चलती है तो सांस लेते हो। कुछ करोगे तो कुछ मिलेगा, कुछ करोगे नहीं बातें करने के अलावा तो कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। करते रहिए पूजा भगवान की। भगवान को पूजा नहीं चाहिए, काम चाहिए आपका, आपका दिमाग चाहिए, उसको यूज़ करो। इस दिमाग को नहीं करेंगे आप, नहीं करेंगे। मैं आपकी बुराई करने के लिए वीडियो नहीं बना रहा, मैं समझाने के लिए बना रहा हूँ। एक ही रास्ता है, कुछ नहीं है आज की तारीख में हल आपके पास। ना कोई प्रधानमंत्री आपको हल दे सकता है, ना कोई राष्ट्रपति दे सकता है, और ना कोई दूसरा देश दे सकता है, क्योंकि सबके घर में आग लगी है। और जब घरों में आग लगती है तो सब अपने घर को बुझाने की चिंता करते हैं, कैसे मैं आग बुझाऊँ। तो उनको तो अपनी चिंताएं हैं, उनको आपकी चिंता से क्या लेना। लेकिन जब उनको अपनी चिंताएं हैं तो आपको भी तो आपकी चिंता होनी चाहिए। जब आपके घर में असली आग लग गई, अभी तो शुरू ही नहीं हुई है, और जिस दिन वो शुरू हो गई तो क्या अंत होगा हम भी नहीं जानते, आप भी नहीं जानते। वो तो 33 करोड़ वाला अमेरिका है, 33 करोड़ सिर्फ वही बाहर के लोग मिला के। वो परेशान है, पागल हो चुका है सच पूछो तो, क्योंकि बड़े बोल वो भी बोलता है, बहुत बड़े बड़े बोल जो उसकी शक्ति से बाहर है वो भी बोलता है। सारी दुनिया को जीत को मैं वही कहने वाला था, मैं कोरोना प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। आज से शायद 1 महीना भी नहीं हुआ इस बात को, मैं कोरोना प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। इतना बड़ा घमंड, और आज वही मुँह उठा के बैठे, मैं क्या करूँ। मर गया, कल कहे अगले हफ्ते में पता नहीं क्या होगा, अगले हफ्ते में 10 लगे हुए, उसको हुआ कुछ नहीं है। अभी तो सिर्फ 3 लाख 3.5 लाख के केस हुए हैं वहाँ, सिर्फ 3 लाख 3.5 लाख। 33 करोड़ में क्या होते हैं। 33 crore population of America, including all foreigners, and their cases number is more than 3.5 lakhs, and around 10,000 people lost their lives, maybe more. They are not giving right news, so let us assume 10,000 people have died, and his legs are broken now, his mind is broken now, he is unable to think what to do, what not to do. Same thing happened in England. They are confused what to do. These countries who claim to have veto powers, who claim to lead world, France, England, and many other countries. China is still unclear to whom people are blaming. Country like China, which is expected to be first world leader, more than America powerful, it's also not understanding what's happening. Till now they don't understand what has happened. This means God is great, that is justified. God gave you something no one on earth can understand it. I was yesterday reading one news in this is submicroscopic. Corona is submicroscopic. Do you understand what I am saying? आपको समझ आ रहा है इसका मतलब? सब माइक्रोस्कोपिक मतलब उप माइक्रोस्कोपिक। माइक्रोस्कोप क्या होता है, जिसको हम लगा के देखते हैं लेबोरेटरी में, टेस्टिंग में, कि ये कितना बड़ा दिखता है, इसका क्या साइज है, क्या, उसको हम माइक्रोस्कोप कहते हैं। उसके अंदर हम बैक्टीरिया देखते हैं, कोई चीज़ रख के छोटी कैसे एक्चुअल वो है उसके देखते हैं, एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर देखते हैं। माइक्रोस्कोप ही सब करता है। ये वो सब माइक्रोस्कोप कह रहे हैं, उससे भी नीचे माइक्रोस्कोप भी इसको ना देख पाए, एक और माइक्रोस्कोप लगाना पड़े उसको देखने के लिए। ये वो बीमारी, वो चीज़ है, वो एग्जिस्टेंस है, वो क्रिएचर है। जैसे आप कह सकते हैं, क्या आप हवा देख सकते हैं? नहीं देख सकते, ये वही है। आप कोई सिगरेट पीता है या कोई फ्यूम धुआं निकलता है, उस धुएं का पार्टिकल को आप पकड़ सकते हैं? नहीं पकड़ सकते आप। पतंगा जाता है, पतंगे को पकड़ सकते हैं? नहीं पकड़ सकते आप। तो ये पतंगे का भी पतंगा है, ये जो है आपकी पकड़ में नहीं आएगा। और मुझे तो अब और सोचने को मजबूरी हो रही है। वो तो कहते हैं नाक से आ सकता है या मुंह से आ सकता है, मैं तो कहता हूँ ये कहीं से भी आ सकता है। ये आँख से भी आ सकता है, ये कान से भी आ सकता है, और शायद ये हमारे शरीर के जो छिद्र हैं ना, पोर्स कहते हैं हम शरीर की खाल में, उससे भी आ सकता है। क्या कर लेंगे आप? क्या करेंगे आप? आप सोचेंगे ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, लेकिन होगा, क्या करेंगे फिर आप? अभी तो शुक्र है वो कह रहे हैं कि हवा से नहीं आता, हवा से नहीं आता, इसलिए तो मास्क की जरूरत नहीं है। बात को समझने की कोशिश कीजिए। दे आर सेइंग दिस इज नॉट एयरबॉर्न, which means it is not transmitted through air. That's right. How it is transmitted? Everybody does not know. हर एक को नहीं मालूम कैसे आता है, क्योंकि अंधकार में है सारे, हुल्लड़बाजी करने में मास्टर, इधर की उधर करने में मास्टर। मुझे किसी ने कह दिया, मैंने सुन लिया, और आगे जाके मैंने किसी और को कह दिया, उसने मेरी बात सुन ली, मैंने उसे कितना बताया कितना नहीं बताया, उसने उसने सुना, फिर थोड़ा वो मिस करेगा, आगे जाके किसी और को बोल देगा। यही चल रहा है हमारे देश में, दुनिया में। हम उठा के पढ़ते नहीं हैं कि असल में है क्या। ये हमारी कमजोरी है। आज भी हम उसी दुनिया में जी रहे हैं जो पहले होती थी। आप पढ़ना मत, हम जो बोलेंगे आप उसको मान लेना, यही आपकी शराफत है। जो पंडित क्या करते थे किसी ज़माने में, करते थे या नहीं करते थे? या अनाउंसमेंट होती थी, बैंड बजा के आओ, हम तबला बजा रहे हैं या जो बजा रहे हैं, सुन लो, आज का ये समाचार है, राजा का ये हुक्म है। आपको ऐसा रहना पड़ेगा। आज भी हम वैसे ही रह रहे हैं। कहने को पढ़ा लिखा दिमाग है, नहीं पढ़ते, पढ़ते हैं तो ऊपर ऊपर से पढ़ते हैं, छोड़ देते हैं, बाकी बाद में देखेंगे। अगर ये समझ जाते लोग आज से पहले ये बीमारी क्या है, समझने की बजाय पैनिक में आ गए, अरे मर जाएंगे, जो कुछ कह रहे हैं वही करे जा रहे हैं, सोच विचार नहीं है। अरे भाई क्यों पैनिक में हो, क्यों दिमाग खराब कर लिया आपने? सोच तो लो कि वो है क्या। खड़े खड़े, अरे आपने मास्क ठीक से लगाई है, सांस नहीं आएगा आपको ढंग का, हवा नहीं जा रही आपके अंदर, गर्मी नहीं जा रही, आप बीमार हो जाएंगे। ये आपके लिए नहीं है मास्क, लेकिन नहीं समझेंगे, बिल्कुल नहीं समझेंगे। आप धूप में खड़े हैं, सड़क के ऊपर सामान लेने जा रहे हैं, 35 डिग्री टेम्परेचर है, 33 डिग्री टेम्परेचर है, उसको एंजॉय कीजिए ना टेम्परेचर को। आपकी नाक में गर्मी जाएगी तो हो सकता है नाक आपकी साफ हो जाए, गला आपका साफ हो जाए, तो ढक रहे हैं, क्या करोगे? नुकसान करोगे। रात की बात अलग है, मैं रात की बात नहीं कर रहा। जब ये बीमारी हवा से जाती ही नहीं है, इट्स नॉट अफेक्टेड बाय योर, yes, if there is someone in your front or near you and that person sneezes, छींक देता है, छींक के ड्रॉप गिरेंगे, आपके ऊपर गिर गए तो आपको लग सकती, ये मतलब है इसका। जिसने खांसी कर दी, आप वहीं खड़े हैं तो खांसी आपको लग गई, तो आप भी उसको पकड़ सकते हो। इसीलिए कह रहे थोड़ा दूर रहिए, यही मतलब है। There is no other meaning. You are here at 2 meters, someone else is there. If you sneeze, अगर आपको यहाँ छींक आ गई, आप सोचिए आप खड़े हैं, आप 5 फुट के हैं, 6 फुट के भी हो सकते हैं, शायद तो नहीं है, आपने छींका, आप देखिए कहाँ गिरी छींक आपकी, आपने जोर से भी छींका, तो खड़े खड़े या तो आपके पैर पे गिरेगी, या आपके हाथ ऐसे किए आपने तो वहाँ गिर जाएगी, या कोई दीवार आपके यहाँ साथ में उस पर गिरेगी, या थोड़ी आगे जाके गिरेगी। तो आपने कहीं ना, आप बैठे बैठे मैं छींक दूँ, हो सकता है मेरे लैपटॉप पे गिर जाए, हो सकता है मेरी टेबल पे गिर जाए, हो सकता है थोड़ी सी दूर गिर जाए, उससे आगे तो वो नहीं जाएगी। गिर गई तो बैठ गई वहीं पे। लेकिन वो ये भी लिखा है पेपर में, जब आप छींकेंगे तो स्ट्रेट लाइन में नहीं जा रही, सीधी रेखा में नहीं जा रही। यू स्नीज इट विल एक कर्व पाथ इज देयर। कर्व समझते हैं आप? कोई चीज़ आ रही है सीधी और वो ऐसे थोड़ी डाउन होती है, वो कर्व होता है। सर्किल जिसे कहते हैं, वृत्त जिसे कहते हैं, कर्व। उस कर्व में वो उतर गई नीचे। आपकी छींक भी कर्व में जा रही है। दिस इज योर पाथ। ऐसे ही योर कफिंग, वो भी कर्व में जा रहा है। जैसे आप पानी पी के फेंक के कुल्ला कर लेते हैं हम, आप पानी निकालते हैं, क्या वो सीधी लाइन में जाता है? कभी नहीं। वो भी ऐसे ही जाएगा अगर आप ऐसे निकालेंगे उसको। तो वो कर्व में जाके वहाँ बैठ रही है नीचे। वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस पॉइंट। क्लियर होनी चाहिए ना बात, क्लियर नहीं हो रही है। कन्फ्यूजन, हर बात में कन्फ्यूजन। वो आपके फर्श पे गिरी, आपकी दीवार पे गिरी, या आपके हाथ पे गिरी, या आपकी टेबल पे गिरी, कहीं भी गिरी, वो कितनी दूर गिरी ये सोचने की बात है। मैं नहीं समझता कि वो 4-5 फुट से दूर जाएगी, क्योंकि आपके अंदर इतनी शक्ति नहीं है कि आप इतनी दूर फेंक दो अपनी नाक की हवा से या मुंह से। उसी के लिए आपको कहा है थोड़ा दूर रहिए दूसरे से। ये तो एक बात होती है। तो हवा का कोई रोल नहीं है इसमें। हवा में वो कहते हैं अगर रुकती भी है कुछ घंटे तो वो लेबोरेटरी कंडीशन में रुकती है। जो लेबोरेटरी होती है, प्रयोगशाला होती है, वहाँ वो देखते हैं, वहाँ उसका असर दूसरा है, वो कंडीशन है। लेकिन सड़क कंडीशन नहीं है, आपका घर कंडीशन नहीं है, आपकी गली कंडीशन नहीं है। दैट इज़ ए पॉइंट। वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड लिटिल दैट वे। एक ये तरीका है इसका लगने का। दूसरा कोई और आता है, आपकी टेबल पे गिर गई, उसका हाथ लग गया उस पर। एक बार छींकने से 3000 ड्रॉपलेट्स निकलते हैं। 3000 आपने छींका, 3000 मिनिमम दिस ड्रॉपलेट्स वुड कम आउट। एंड वो कौन सा सरफेस है डिपेंड करता है। अगर ये स्टील का सरफेस है, ये प्लास्टिक का सरफेस है, या तांबे का सरफेस है, या कागज़ का सरफेस है, अलग अलग तरह से वो हो रही। तांबे का सरफेस जो आजकल बहुत कम है, कॉपर की, ब्रास की, कहाँ यूज़ होता है, उस पर ये दिन में रह सकता है, कुछ घंटे से एक पूरा दिन वहाँ से जाएगा नहीं। अनदर इज स्टील और प्लास्टिक, इस पर यह 4 दिन तक या 3 दिन तक रह सकता है। कोई आपकी प्लास्टिक की मेज है, या आपकी प्लेट है, या कोई और चीज़ है, उस पर गिर गया तो ये 4 दिन तक का वहाँ रहता है मेहमान बन के, जब तक कि कोई उसे अच्छी तरह साफ ना कर दे। ऐसे ही कागज़ पे गिर सकता है, किसी भी और चीज़ पे गिर सकता है। ये थोड़ा सोचिए, घबरा के चिल्ला के कन्फ्यूजन से कुछ नहीं होने वाला। विज्ञान विज्ञान है, वो पूजा उसकी जगह नहीं ले सकती, वहम उसकी जगह नहीं ले सकता, तंत्र मंत्र उसकी जगह नहीं ले सकते, कोई भी रोशनी उसकी जगह नहीं ले सकती। ज्ञान और विज्ञान में रिश्ता है, भ्रमबाजी में भ्रमबाजी में दुनिया में रिश्ता नहीं। एक डर है, डर में रहेंगे तो मरेंगे, निडर रहेंगे तो जिएंगे। विज्ञान का मतलब आपका डर निकालना होता है भ्रमबाजी से। वही तो विज्ञान है। ज्ञान का छोटा विज्ञान है, लेकिन ज्ञान से ही आया है। ये मत भूलना, विज्ञान कोई अपने आप नहीं आ गया। हमने ज्ञान को समझा, उसको विज्ञान बना दिया, बस वहाँ वी लगा दिया। ये कैसे होती है, कैसे गिरती है, दुनिया भी नहीं समझ पाई है अब तक। तो सबको पैनिक हो गया, एक जगह शुरू हुआ और सारी दुनिया में फैल गया। पैनिक इस बात का है कि ये सारे में फैल गया, इस बात का नहीं है कि कैसे फैले। सारी दुनिया में यही पैनिक है। इसलिए क्या करें क्या ना करें, पढ़ा लिखा हो या अनपढ़ हो, हमारे देश का हो या अमेरिका का हो या फ्रांस का हो या इंग्लैंड का हो या कहीं का हो, जर्मन का हो, सब के सब एक ही थाली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, बस खाल का रंग अलग है। दिमाग में सबकी एक ही चीज़ है, डर। सबको डर है हम ना मर जाएं, बस वही डर अंदर ही अंदर सबको खा रहा है और लोग मर रहे हैं। पता है इसका इफेक्ट टेम्परेचर पर होता है, हर वायरस का होता है। ठीक है, गारंटी नहीं है, लेकिन होता है। सबसे ज़्यादा ठंडी कंट्री कौन सी है जहाँ वो हो रहा है? वो है जहाँ से हमारे देश में आया है, वो है। हमारे देश में पैदा नहीं हुआ ये, और सच पूछो तो कहीं पैदा हुआ ही नहीं है। ये कहीं भी हो सकता था। ये ऊपर वाले ने कहीं से तो स्टार्ट करना ही था। ऊपर वाला भी बहुत तेज है, याद रख लेना। वो किसी का सुनता नहीं है। उसके पास जो होना है वो होना है, क्योंकि मौत उसके हाथ में है, जिंदगी उसके हाथ में है, तो मौत भी उसके हाथ में। उसको जब बुलाना है तो बुलाना है, किसी के कहने से रुकेगा नहीं वो। इसलिए ज़्यादा वो मत सोचे कि हम उससे प्रेयर तो करना आपका काम है, कीजिए, कोई रोक नहीं रहा उसको, लेकिन इसलिए नहीं कीजिए कि वो ऐसा कर देगा। वो प्रेयर से नहीं करेगा, जब उसको करना है तभी करेगा। हाँ, आप अपने आप को संभालने के लिए प्रेयर करते हैं, करिए, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन वो ये भी कहता है भाई समझ तो लीजिए, ये तो अच्छा है कि हम हवा में पैदा हुए हैं और हवा में मरेंगे। हम हवा सूंघते हैं। अगर हमको ये ऑप्शन दे जाती, बताया नहीं जाता कि हवा में रहना है, तो शायद हमें भी नहीं पता होता। हम सोचते जाके हवा को हटा दें पहले, शायद अच्छी तरह रह पाएंगे। पागल किसे कहते हैं? इसे ही पागलपन कहते हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया एक पागलपन के नशे में है। पूरी दुनिया, एक नहीं। एक जो कंट्री करती है वही दूसरी कंट्री करती है, थोड़ा इधर चेंज थोड़ा उधर चेंज, सारी दुनिया वही कर रही है। वो सोचते हैं बस बच जाओ इससे, फिर देखा जाएगा। एक ढूंढ लिया है, चेन तोड़ दो इसकी। चेन देखी किसी ने नहीं, चेन तोड़ दो इसकी। मैंने कहा ना, एक ने बोला, दूसरे ने सुना, तीसरे के पास जाके बोला, चौथे ने सुना, थोड़ा 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 छोड़ते चले गए। रहा क्या? गलत फहमी, इनकरेक्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन, इनकम्प्लीट इन्फॉर्मेशन, और उसी पे हम नाच रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा था? बस खड़े हो जाना, दिखा देना और उससे कहना भगवान से बंद कर दे, यही कहा था ना। यहाँ तो कुछ और हो रहा है। मतलब प्रधानमंत्री की बात भी नहीं समझ आई लोगों को, तो मेरी क्या आएगी? जो प्रधानमंत्री सबके लिए होता है, उसकी बात भी ध्यान से नहीं सुन सकते लोग। खुद अपने आप डाल के आग लगा दीजिए उसमें खुद। फायर क्रैकर जलाने का क्या मतलब था, आप तो ये बता दीजिए। दीवे आपने जलाए, माना अच्छे आपने जला लिए, नाच रहे हैं आप फायर क्रैकर। किस पे नाच रहे हो? किसके लिए फायर क्रैकर लगा रहे हो? स्वागत कर रहे हो कोरोना का, अच्छी बात है, कीजिए। या जो मर गए उसके लिए कर रहे हैं आप? इतने लोग मर गए, हम क्रैकर चला रहे हैं। ये पागलपन नहीं तो क्या है बताइए आप शांत रहें। मेडिटेशन करना है मेडिटेशन कीजिए, पूजा करना है पूजा कीजिए, कोई किसी को रोकता नहीं है। लेकिन आप कर क्या रहे हैं? आपने अपने पैसे भी जला दिए और हवा भी थोड़ी खराब कर दी जो कुछ अच्छी हुई थी। इसको आप क्या कहेंगे? मैं नहीं समझता बाकी जगह क्या हुआ होगा। जो मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है, अपने एरिया में यही देखा है कि आधा घंटा तक लोगों ने आतिशबाजी छोड़ी, दिवाली मनाई गई, जैसे दीवे जलाते हैं। क्या ये दिवाली मनाने का समय है? किस बात की खुशी है आपको? राम आए वापस। सोचिए आप क्या कर रहे हैं। ये सब बेवकूफ़ी नहीं तो क्या है? दुनिया परेशान है, लोग मर रहे हैं, लोग भूखे हैं, और आप फायर क्रैकर जला रहे हैं, गाने गा रहे हैं, खुश हो रहे हैं। क्या कहेंगे इसको? खैर, बार बार बुराई करने से फायदा नहीं। मैं कह रहा हूँ, व्हाट आई एम सेइंग इज वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस। पीपल को समझ ही नहीं है क्या करना है। इससे बचिए, इलाज तो नहीं है इसका, इससे बच सकते हैं, बस तब कर सकते हैं। सिर्फ जो कहते हैं दूर रहिए, उसका यही मतलब है कि दूसरे के कीटाणु की जो आपके ड्रॉपलेट्स हैं किसी दूसरे को ना लग जाएं। और आप गर्म पानी पीजिए, कोई बुराई तो नहीं है उसमें। गर्म पानी तो वैसे भी अच्छा होता है पीने के लिए, नहीं भी आपको आवश्यकता है तब भी पी लीजिए। गर्म करके, ऐसे ही थोड़ा बहुत गर्म करके नहीं, अच्छी तरह से उबाल के, जैसे चाय पीते हैं आप, गर्म दूध पीते हैं आप, उसको भी पी लीजिए। थोड़ा पीने में तो अजा लगता नहीं है, ठंडा पीते हैं सब, लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता पी लीजिए। तो कम से कम कुछ हो या ना हो, आपके शरीर के टॉक्सिन्स तो जरूर बाहर आएंगे, जिसको कहते हैं शरीर की गंध या शरीर का जहर तो बाहर आएगा, कुछ आए या ना आए। शरीर में गर्म पानी के पार्टिकल्स रहेंगे तो कुछ तो फ़ायदा करेंगे, कुछ तो सांस में तब्दीली आएगी, कुछ तो आपके शरीर में एनर्जी आएगी, और आप बाकी भी कर सकते हैं जो आपको अच्छा लगता है। चल लीजिए धूप में, सड़क पे नहीं तो छत पे चले जाइए, अपने घर से थोड़ा बाहर बैठ जाइए, थोड़ी देर बाहर धूप है तो आधा घंटा पौना घंटा, आपका क्या जा रहा है उसमें? थोड़ा पसीना ही तो निकलेगा आपका, उसमें ही प्रॉब्लम है। थोड़ा हो सकता है आपकी शर्ट गीली हो जाए, थोड़ा बनियान गीला हो जाए, तो होने दीजिए ना, सुखा लेना, बाद में धो लेना उसको। ये भी नहीं कर सकते। एक्सरसाइज तो कर सकते हैं घर में, वो भी नहीं कर सकते। तो भाई आप कर सकते क्या है ना, वो कीजिए, जो आप कर सकते हैं वो कीजिए, बात खत्म। बच के रहना पड़ेगा। पहला होता है टाइम को बचाना, बिजी रखना, और दूसरा होता है अपने को बचा के रखना। ये चीज़ें किसी की दोस्त नहीं होती, किसी की दुश्मन नहीं होती। इनका काम तो मूवमेंट चलता रहेगा, कोरोना का कोई रोक नहीं सकता उसको। सोचते रहिए हमने ब्रेक कर दिया, हमने ये कर दिया, वो एक ख्याली पलाव है। वो आएगा निकल जाएगा, वो पूरी दुनिया से घूमता होता आ रहा है। जहाँ जहाँ जो फंस गया, जहाँ नहीं फंसा उसने रुकने वाला नहीं है, वो अपना काम करके जाएगा। जहाँ जहाँ नहीं सोचा था वहाँ भी पहुँच रहा है। छोटी कंट्री हो, बड़ी कंट्री हो, कोई भी हो, आइलैंड हो, 200 से ऊपर कंट्रियों में पहुँच चुका है, 203 या 204। कल की न्यूज़ थी कि साउथ सूडान में भी पहुँच गया है। कहाँ साउथ सूडान, कहाँ हमारा देश, कहाँ अमेरिका, लेकिन वो सब जगह पहुँच गया है। अब आप सोचिए, व्हाट ए ग्रेट ट्रैवलर इट इज़, कितना बड़ा यात्री है वो। सब जगह अपने सामान रखता जा रहा है। पहली बार एक ऐसा यात्री आया दुनिया में जो सब जगह बैठ चुका, सब जगह। तो आप क्या हो उसके सामने? आप कुछ भी नहीं हो, कुछ भी नहीं हो आप। वो शक्ति कुछ तो है जो आई है, ऐसे तो सब जगह नहीं बैठ सकती। और आदमी, मानव इतना कमज़ोर भी नहीं है कि शक्ति का मुकाबला न कर पाए। लेकिन ऐसा हो रहा है कि मानवता हथियार डाल चुकी है, मानवता फेल हो चुकी है। ह्यूमैनिटी हैज़ फेल्ड to encounter this corona, and this corona is winning so far. No weapon is ready to kill this. All our wealth of world, all money, all science, everything till now is defeated. मैं तो सिर्फ ये सोचता हूँ, जैसे कहा जाता है, मैं धर्म नहीं लाता उसके बीच में, ये कहा जाता है कि काली देवी ने रक्तबीज को मारा था। ये आप भी जानते होंगे। काली देवी का मतलब काल की देवी, समय की देवी, जो समय का नियंत्रण करती है, जो सबको कंट्रोल करती। शायद वही इसको मारेगी, जहाँ तक मैं सोच रहा हूँ। बाकी के बस का ये रोग नहीं है, बाकी सब पीछे। काली क्योंकि शक्ति है, इसलिए मैं धर्म से रिलेट नहीं करता उसको। ये हमारी सोच ही है कि हम उसको कहते हैं कालिका या काली। समय को चलाने वाली, समय को रखने वाली और समय को बिगाड़ने वाली को काली कहते हैं। इसका हिंदू मुस्लिम से कोई मतलब नहीं है। उसी ने रक्तबीज को सही किया था, उसी ने मारा था उसको। कैसे भी मारा था, मेथड तो वही जानती है। लोग कहते हैं जी जीभ निकाल दी थी, उसके ऊपर वो खड़ा हो गया था तो वो फिर ज़मीन पे उसका खून नहीं गिर पाया। अब ये एक सोचने का तरीका है। मैं किसी के ख्याल पे, किसी के ओपिनियन पे अपना बाण नहीं मारूंगा। जो कह रहा है ठीक है, ऐसा ही हुआ होगा, लेकिन हमारी अपनी सोच है। हम अपनी सोच अपने पे रखते हैं और रख रहे हैं। हम किसी पे दबाव नहीं डाल रहे कि जो हम कह रहे हैं वो मानो। लेकिन याद रख लेना, जब तक वो अपना काम पूरा नहीं करेगा वो जाने वाला नहीं है। अगर वो जाने वाला होता तो अब तक समझ में आ जाता कि वो क्या चीज़ है। वो समझ में नहीं आया, इसलिए हम नहीं समझ पाएंगे उसको। और कहने का मतलब ये है कहने का मतलब सिर्फ यह है कि अब वक्त ख़त्म हो गया है कि हम डरें। अब डरने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। तैयार है, जो होना होगा देखा जाएगा। जितना डरेंगे, ठीक है, घर में हैं हम सब, घर में बैठे हैं, लॉकडाउन में हैं, रहें, लेकिन पैनिक में ना रहें। क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, जो होगा हो जाएगा। जब आप फ्री माइंड से होते हैं, याद रखना, प्रॉब्लम चली जाती है। प्रॉब्लम की अभी तक हमने इज्जत की है, हमने प्रॉब्लम को अभी तक वैल्यू दी है, और इसीलिए प्रॉब्लम समझती है कि मेरा मान सम्मान बढ़ रहा है। हमने प्रॉब्लम को फूंक नहीं मारी अपने मुंह से कि भाग जाओ, उसको अभी तक गुस्सा नहीं दिखाया अपना, इसलिए वो प्रॉब्लम चल रही है। अब एक ही तरीका होता है, आप बस बेफिक्र हो जाइए, आप उसके बारे में सोचना छोड़ दीजिए, इग्नोर कर दीजिए उसको, इग्नोर दैट प्रॉब्लम। इग्नोर का मतलब है उसकी परवाह मत कीजिए। ठीक है, जो आना है आ, नहीं आना मत आ। कई बार ऐसी सोच भी डिफीट कर देती है किसी को। कहते हैं अगर आप घर में किसी की वैल्यू नहीं देंगे, रोज़ ये जो जो जितनी वैल्यू रखता है उसकी वैल्यू देंगे तो वो खुश रहता है। आपके घर में हो, काम में हो, कहीं भी हो, एक आदमी की एक वैल्यू होती है। जब तक उसको आदत हो जाती है उस वैल्यू की और उसको वैल्यू मिलती रहती है, तो कोई भी आदमी उसी हिसाब से रहता है। ये मेरी इज्जत ही है, कहते हैं हमारी इज्जत ही है। वो इज्जत क्या होती है? वैल्यू होती है। नाउ इफ़ यू लूज़ दैट वैल्यू, अगर मैं किसी की वैल्यू देता हूँ, भाई इसका ही वैल्यू, सर आप ये काम कीजिए, ये मत कीजिए, वो मत कीजिए, वो समझता है मेरी अट्रैक्शन है, मेरी इमेज है। वो इमेज चलती, हर आदमी उसी इमेज के सहारे ज़िंदगी निकालता है, चाहे एम्प्लॉयर हो, एम्प्लॉई हो, मियाँ हो, बीवी हो, बच्चे हो, घर हो, परिवार हो, समाज, हर एक की अपनी एक लिमिट है। और उसको वो लिमिट जब तक मिलती है, वो स्टेबिलिटी बनी रहती है, लोग चलते रहते हैं। उसके बीच में लड़ाई भी होती है, झगड़े भी होते हैं, बहसबाजी भी होती है, सब होता है, लेकिन एक वो लेवल है जो उसको तंग नहीं करता, उसको रखता है, बना के रखता है। चलो इतना तो मेरा है ना। वही बात मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ। आज आप किसी की वैल्यू, उसको इग्नोर कर दीजिए, ठीक है, हम एक दो दिन बात ही नहीं करेंगे उससे, उसकी बात को सुनेंगे भी नहीं। 2 ही दिन होंगे, 3 दिन होंगे, वो आदमी बेचैनी आ जाएगी, ये मुझसे आज कोई बात नहीं कर रहा, मुझे आज कोई काम नहीं दे रहा, मुझसे कोई लड़ाई नहीं कर रहा, मेरा कोई ध्यान नहीं दे रहा। वो आदमी के अंदर डिफेक्ट आ जाएगा, गुस्सा। यार कमाल है, वो आके हो सकता है किससे लड़ाई भी करने लगे, यार आपने क्या समझ रखा है, कल से मैं मेरी तरफ को देख नहीं रहा, मुझे कोई बता नहीं रहा क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना, ये सब क्या है? आप करके देख लेना ऐसा। अगर आपको किसी को सही करना है, एक रास्ता ये भी होता है, इग्नोर। ठीक है, हम आपसे बात करना चाहते हैं, बात बताएंगे नहीं उसको, हम बात ही नहीं करते, आप निकले इधर से, मैं जानता ही नहीं आपको। वो एक ऐसा अटैक होता है, वो वेपनरी अटैक नहीं है, साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट है। मेरी इतनी इज्जत होती थी, रोज़ मेरे से बात करते थे, सलाम करता था, नमस्कार करता था, मैं जा रहा हूँ, किसी ने मेरे से बात तक नहीं की, उसको समझ नहीं आएगा, और वो अपना जब तक उसका वो निकलेगा नहीं ना दिमाग से, वो बेचैन ही रहेगा। वो भी एक तरीका होता है। इसलिए अब ये सब भूल जाइए, क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा छोड़ दो यार। शायद मैं होता ना प्रधानमंत्री, कहता यार जैसी नॉर्मल लाइफ है जीजिए, क्यों मैं कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता आपका, क्यों बांध के रखूँ आपको? जब मैं कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा आपका, मैं देख रहा हूँ सब फेल हो रहा है, सब कंट्री फेल हो रही है, सब बंद है कंट्री, फिर भी आ रहे हैं मरीज, कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? अब आप भाने मात रहे, ये उससे मिला था और वो उससे मिला था और वो उससे मिला, कोई किसी से नहीं मिला। उसको जहाँ जाना है वो जाएगा, उसमें इतनी शक्ति है, वो आपके घर में भी घुस जाएगा। आप सोच रहे नहीं घुसेगा, वो घुस जाएगा, क्या करोगे फिर? इसलिए जब आपके कंट्रोल से बाहर बात हो जाती है ना, फिर उसको भूल जाना चाहिए, भाई मेरे बस का नहीं है, जो होना है होने दो। और देखो भाग जाएगा, मेरी इज्जत खत्म। अभी तो आप वेलकम कर रहे हैं उसको, आओ आओ हम दिए जला रहे हैं, आओ हम मोमबत्ती जला रहे हैं, आओ हम फायर क्रैकर यूज़ कर रहे हैं, आइए प्रिय बंधु, आइए आइए महादेव, आइए आइए भगवान देव, आइए। आप तो वेलकम कर रहे हैं उसको, किया आपने, कभी ताली बजा के वेलकम कर रहे हैं, कभी घंटी बजा के वेलकम कर रहे हैं, क्यों बजा रहे हैं? भूल जाओ, मरना ऐसे भी है, मरना वैसे भी है। हाँ, सावधानी बरती है आप। आजा बच्चा, मैं गर्म हूँ, आजा मार मेरे को, मेरे अंदर गर्म पानी है, आजा घुस मेरे अंदर। अब दूसरा स्टाइल करो, भूल जाओ कोई क्या कह रहा है, सब बकवासबाजी है। अगर कुछ दम होता हमारे पास, क्या ज्योतिषियों की कमी, तांत्रिकों की कमी? कौन से तांत्रिक ने, कौन से ज्योतिषी ने हमें बताया इसके बारे में? किसी ने नहीं बताया। किस बात के हो तुम? कहाँ गए अब तुम्हारे राहु केतु? कहाँ गए तुम्हारे मंगल श्री? कहाँ गए सब? सब गायब हैं। राशियां भी आनी बंद हो गई हैं कुछ दिन से। कब आ रही है, कभी नहीं आ रही। अरे उन्हें पता होता तो वो पहले बता देते सारी दुनिया को कि ये मुसीबत आने वाली है। कोई नहीं बता रहा, किसी ने नहीं बताया। चलो आने वाली भाई, जाने वाली में उन्हें पता ही नहीं कि मुसीबत क्या है। बस अपनी अपनी फिर रहे, सब अपनी दुकान खोल के चला रहे। रामदेव हो चाहे कृष्ण देव हो, सब अपनी अपनी धाक रहे हैं। पता किसी को कुछ नहीं है। इस तारीख को 9:09 के लिए ये वो, ये सब क्या है? क्या है ये सब? खेल? पब्लिक को बेवकूफ बनाने का। 50-50 दिए मैंने देखे रखे हैं मेरे पीछे मकान में। क्या होगा उससे? आतिशबाजी चल रही है छत पे, नीचे सड़क पे गाने गा रहे हैं लोग। लोग मर रहे हैं, लाखों लोग मर गए, चल चल के मर गए कुछ। ये खाली है, पेट में भूख है, खुश हो रहे हो, खुश हो रहे हो। ठीक है, आपके पास घी होगा जलाने के लिए, तेल के पैसे होंगे, आतिशबाजी के लिए आपके पास पैसे होंगे, सबके पास है। आप इसलिए खुश हो रहे हो कि वो गरीब भूखा मर रहा है, या अमेरिका में इतने लोग मर गए, या इटली में मर गए, या यहाँ मर गए। क्या मतलब है? शर्म आती है मुझे ऐसे सोच के, शर्म आती है। सारी दुनिया का हाल आज की तारीख में बेहाल है। जो अपने आप को दुनिया के बादशाह समझते थे वो भी मरे हुए हैं। मास्क नहीं है, वेंटिलेटर नहीं है, टेस्टिंग किट नहीं है। उनके पास सारे हथियार हैं लड़ने के लिए। रफाइल है उनके पास, सब है उनके पास, बोइंग है उनके पास, सारी चीज़ें हैं उनके पास, लेकिन इलाज नहीं है, प्रिकॉशन के लिए नहीं है। 50 डॉक्टर तो इंडिया में बीमार हो गए, बाकी की तो बात छोड़ो। 50-60 डॉक्टर इटली में मर गए, नर्सें मर गई। आप वो लोग मर रहे हैं जो आपका इलाज करते हैं, वो लोग। इसका मतलब कुछ भी हाथ में नहीं है, कुछ भी हाथ में नहीं है। और हमारे यहाँ तो कोई सोचने वाला नहीं। अमेरिका ने जो सोचा वही हमने सोचा, छोड़ो परे हो जाएगा ठीक। कंट्रोल नहीं किया, सावधानी तो आपको बरतनी है, वो भी नहीं बरती। समय खराब कर दिया 1.5 महीने 2 महीने का, उसने भी और हमने भी और यूरोप ने भी। हंसते थे, अरे मरने तो चीन वाले को सांप खाता है, मरने तो वो पता नहीं क्या क्या खाता है। दूसरे की घर की आग लगी हो और आप लोग हंस रहे हो, तो आपके घर में भी आग आएगी तो कौन हंसेगा? अब आप स्वयं हंसो कि मेरे घर में आग लग गई। इसको क्या कहेंगे? अब आप सोच लीजिए। ज़्यादा लंबा बोलने का फ़ायदा नहीं है आप लोगों के सामने, क्योंकि आप कहेंगे पक पक करने वाला आ गया, हमारा टाइम खराब करने। कहेंगे, कहते रहिए, लेकिन याद रख लेना, कोई आदमी ऐसे कभी नहीं बोलता। और मैं कोई सोच समझ के नहीं आता मुझे क्या बोलना है। मेरे जो मन में आता है, जो मेरे माइंड में आता है, मैं वो निकालता रहता हूँ। ना मेरे पास कोई स्क्रिप्ट है, ना वो प्रॉम्प्टर चल रहा है, और ना मैं चलाना चाहता हूँ। बस गलत सही जो मुँह से निकला, दिमाग से निकला, निकल गया। अब कोई क्या कहता है, कहता रहे, आई लीस्ट बॉदर। कोई देखता है देखे, नहीं देखता है नहीं देखे, लेकिन जो मेरे मुंह से निकल गया, जो मेरे माइंड में आ गया, निकल आ गया। गलत होगा मैं वापस ले लूँगा, नहीं तो वापस नहीं लूँगा। कभी कभी किसी ना किसी के थ्रू वो कहलवाता है, ये उसका भी प्रोग्राम होता है। ये नहीं मैं कह रहा कि मेरे मुंह से कहलवा रहा है, बात वो नहीं है, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई बोलता है। और जहाँ अनएक्सपेक्टेड कोई बोलता है वो बात जरूर होती है, ये भी याद रख लेना। जहाँ बिना सोचे समझे, बिना प्लान के कोई बात की जाती है, वो बात या तो होनी होती है या हो रही होती है, तभी ऐसा होता है। कहीं ना कहीं से कम्युनिकेशन करता है वो, और हर एक के थ्रू नहीं करता वो, कुछ लोगों के थ्रू करता है जिसको वो अपना मानता है। हर एक के थ्रू विश्वास नहीं होता, चाहे उसी के बनाए हुए क्यों ना हो, किसी किसी के थ्रू वो बात करता है, उससे सीधी बात नहीं करता है वो। इस बात को दिमाग में रख लीजिए ना। बहुत से लोग होंगे जो ऐसी बातें करते होंगे, मैं ही अकेला नहीं हूँ, बहुत से होंगे। लेकिन सच तो ये है कि जब रास्ता ही नहीं पता कहाँ जाना है तो कहाँ जाएंगे, रास्ता ही नहीं मालूम। पैसे वाला का पैसा फेल, डॉलर वाले का डॉलर फेल, यान वाले का यान फेल, लीरा वाले का लीरा फेल, और रुपए की तो वैल्यू नहीं। उन सबकी करेंसी फेल हो गई, उन सबके वैज्ञानिक फेल हो गए, और पॉलिटिकल लीडर तो हैसियत ही क्या है उनके सामने। वो तो पॉलिटिकल लीडर हैं, वोट मिल जाता है तो लीडर बनते हैं, नहीं तो घर बैठे रहते हैं। उनकी क्या हेल्थ, क्या लिखा। दुनिया के कहने वाले हमारे सामने कोई ऊंचा नहीं उठ सकता, वही आज सबसे नीचे पड़े। उनको नहीं पता क्या होने वाला है। अगर एक राष्ट्रपति ये कह रहा है अगले हफ्ते ये होगा, मैं भी नहीं जानता क्या होगा, तो आप सोच लीजिए वहाँ क्या हो रहा होगा। वो भी जानते हैं, ये मत सोचना नहीं जानते क्या हो रहा है, जानते वो भी सब है, बताते नहीं हैं। अगर आज वो कह रहे हैं 3 लाख 3.5 लाख केस हो चुके हैं, तो ये मत समझना 3.5 लाख हो चुके हैं। एक जीरो अपने आप भी लगा देना चाहिए ऐसे समय में, बल्कि 2 जीरो भी लगा दो तो चलेगा। वही हमारे साथ है, हमने तो टेस्ट ही नहीं किए, ऐसे ही उछले जा रहे हैं। हम सेफ हैं, हम सेफ हैं, हम सेफ हैं। अरे आप ना सेफ थे ना हैं, तो आप तो सो रहे थे। सोता हुआ क्या सेफ होता है जब आप सो रहे थे, और एक्चुअली आप अब भी सो रहे हैं। सच तो यही है। जब आप इन चीज़ों में लोगों को लगा रहे हैं ना, फालतू की चीज़ों में, मतलब ये कि आप तैयार नहीं हैं। नहीं तो आप तैयार होते कि देखिए मैंने आज ये कर दिया, देखिए मेरे देश के लोगों आज मैंने इतना काम कर दिया आपके लिए, देखिए मैंने आज इतने गाँव की सफाई करा दी, देखिए मैंने इतनी दवाई छिड़कवा दी, देखिए मैंने डॉक्टरों को आज इतना सब कुछ दे दिया, देखिए मैंने इतना अरेंज कर दिया। वो कहाँ है, वो स्टेटमेंट कहाँ है? और ये अपोजिशन वाले भी उनके बाप हैं, वो उनके बाप हैं, वो तो हैं ही जैसे। और पब्लिक का क्या, पब्लिक तो जैसे कहो मान लेती है। पब्लिक को पूछने का हक भी खत्म हो गया, पूछ भी नहीं सकते। कोई नहीं पूछ रहा है कि रोटी कौन कहाँ से खा रहा है, किसी ने नहीं पूछा आज तक। ना अपोजिशन वाले ने पूछा, और सरकार तो बताएगी नहीं, और टेलीविजन वालों को मतलब ही नहीं इन चीज़ों से। वो तो हिंदू मुसलमान, हिंदू मुसलमान का डांस करते थे सुबह से शाम तक, चिल्ला चिल्ला के। कई बातें इतना गुस्सा आता है, ये मेरे सामने आए ना, इसके 2-4 मैं पराठे दे दूँ, इतना गुस्सा आता है। चिल्ला क्यों रहे हो? आराम से बात करनी नहीं आती, चिल्लाए जा रहे हैं। तो अभी दो, अभी बताओ, ये तुम हो। अरे ल्यूनेट असाइलम होता है एक जगह, उसको कहते हैं पागल खाना, वहाँ चले जाओ, चिल्ला लेना। जिसको नॉलेज होती है ना, वो चिल्लाता है, बताता है। आप में ज्ञान नहीं है इसलिए चिल्ला रहे हैं। आप अपने चिल्लाने से लोगों को बोलने से दबाना चाहते हैं। लेकिन याद रखें ना, चिल्लाना सिर्फ चिल्लाना होता है, और इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं होता। जो आदमी जवाब देना जानता है, प्रश्न जानता है, थोड़ी आवाज़ जरूर वो देगा, लेकिन चिल्लाएगा नहीं। बेवकूफ़ हैं, उसको बेवकूफ़ कहता हूँ मैं। खामा का चिल्लाए जा रहे हैं, पागल हो गए। आप इतने भी आंखें बंद ना कर लीजिए, इतना भी दिमाग बंद ना कर लीजिए कि आपके सामने प्रॉब्लम हो, उसको समझने भी नहीं आप, तो उसका हल तो क्या निकालेंगे आप? कोई दुनिया में इतनी शक्ति नहीं रखता कि आपको आपका प्रॉब्लम से हटा दे। अगर वो हटाने की शक्ति रखता होता तो ये प्रॉब्लम आती नहीं। This problem would never have existed if somebody had known how to eliminate this. Because they are not curious, they don't understand what to do, they have not been able to do that. And that is where we fail. हम वहीं फेल हो रहे हैं, और होते रहेंगे। सारी दुनिया फेल होगी, बता रहा हूँ मैं, सब फेल होंगे। पर फेल होना एक बात है, पब्लिक की हेल्प करना दूसरी बात है। आज समय है देश के अंदर कि पब्लिक की हेल्प की जाए। और आप समझते हैं पब्लिक हेल्प पब्लिक करेगी, वो तो करेगी। सरकार का भी ड्यूटी बनता उन्होंने नहीं किया, चाहे वो कोई भी सरकार हो हमारे देश के अंदर, उन्होंने कुछ भी काम नहीं किया। इस तरह इस प्रॉब्लम में किसी भी कंट्री में जाइए, फंड्स दिए गए हैं। सऊदीया में 5% फंड दे दिया गया है इस प्रॉब्लम से, और भी देने को तैयार है, हर कंट्री में देने को तैयार है। अमेरिका में पैसा दिया गया है, कई जगह दिया गया है, हमारे यहाँ बस दीवे की झोली, क्या बोलते हैं, दीवे की रोशनी और मोमबत्ती, और लोगों ने खुद बना लिए फायर क्रैकर्स। उसमें पैसे नहीं लगते। सोचिए आप, 5 रुपये 10 रुपये की मोमबत्ती आती है, कितने की आती है, कितनी जलाई होंगी आपने, हो गया कूड़े में, क्या मिल गया बताइए। आज सुबह की न्यूज़ में आएगा कोरोना ख़त्म हो गया, आएगा न्यूज़ में, आया क्या अखबार में, पढ़िए, मेरे को तो नहीं मिला। कहने का मतलब ये है, थोड़ा तो सोचिए, अंधे तो मत बनिए दिमाग से। कोई इतने जिस देश में पढ़े लिखे हों, शायद दुनिया में चीन को छोड़ के हमारा देश है जहाँ इतने पढ़े लिखे हैं, तो क्या फ़ायदा उनका। हाँ में हाँ मिलाना है, हर एक की हाँ में हाँ मिला दो। कोई आपको नचाता जाए, आप नाचते जाइए। मुझे तो इस बात पे ना बहुत छोटापन महसूस होता है कि बहुत छोटे लोग हैं। भगवान ने हमें इतना दिया, दिमाग, इतना देश दिया, इतनी वेल्थ दी, किस काम की, जब हम सोच नहीं सकते। हम बात करते हैं क्वालिटी की, मैनेजमेंट की, कि हम MBA हैं, वो बोलते हैं हम MBA, बड़ी तड़ी से बोलते हैं हम MBA IIM है, हम IIT हैं, हम ओरिजिनल कॉलेज से रखा है, हम डॉक्टर। चलो डॉक्टर को तो माना एक अलग फील्ड होता है, वो कर भी हैं अपना काम, कर भी हैं, करते रहते हैं। कम से कम सरकारी डॉक्टर तो करते ही हैं, प्राइवेट को तो मैं डॉक्टर मानता नहीं, तो दुकानें हैं। पर उनका ख्याल भी किस तरह रखना है। डॉक्टर अपना काम कर रहे हैं, नर्सें अपना काम कर रही हैं, उनका स्टाफ अपना काम कर रहे हैं, हम क्या कर रहे हैं। हम तो उनको उनके इक्विपमेंट भी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, हम उनको उनकी सेफ्टी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, हम शायद उनको समय पे खाना भी नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। और मैंने तो ये भी सुना है कि उनके घरों से भी उनको लोग जाने नहीं दे रहे कि आप अस्पताल में रहिए, आप यहाँ मत आइए। कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं आपको कुछ लग गया होगा तो हमें लग जाएगा। सही बात है, डॉक्टर को भी कुछ लग गया होगा तो उस एरिया के लोगों को लग जाएगा, ये भी बात सही है। लेकिन ऐसा कहना जरूरी होता है क्या? ठीक है, डॉक्टर भी इंसान है, मानव है, लग सकता है, लेकिन उसके तरीके होते हैं। लेकिन ये मत भूलिए, आपको अपनी चिंता है ना, डॉक्टर की चिंता तो नहीं है। आपको लग जाएगा इसलिए आपको वरी है, डॉक्टर को जो लग गया उसकी वरी नहीं है आपको, उसकी चिंता नहीं है आपको कि डॉक्टर को लग गया वो मर जाएगा। अगर एक डॉक्टर मरता है तो कितने मरीज बिना इलाज होते हैं मालूम है आपको? हमारे देश में कितने हजार मरीज के पीछे एक डॉक्टर है, पता है आपको? हमारे यहाँ कितने डॉक्टर हैं पता है आपको? लाखों मरीजों के पीछे डॉक्टर होता है। ये भारत है, 10 लाख या 20 लाख से ज़्यादा डॉक्टर नहीं होंगे यहाँ, लोग कितने हैं? तो आप हिसाब लगा लेना कि एक डॉक्टर कितने मरीजों के लिए यहाँ पे है। और आप चाहते हैं वो डॉक्टर तो मर जाए, कोई बात नहीं, मैं ना मरूँ। मतलब आप इनडायरेक्टली कह रहे हैं कि हमें डॉक्टर की कोई वैल्यू नहीं देते, मरता है तो मर जाए, इसको मास्क ना मिले ना मिले, हम दीवे से भगा देंगे इसको और मोमबत्ती से भगा देंगे इसको। अगर कोई देश का राजनेता ऐसा सोचता है तो उस देश का भविष्य नहीं हो सकता मेरे हिसाब से। उस देश का भविष्य अंधकार ही होगा जिसको अपने डॉक्टर की चिंता नहीं, अपनी बातों की चिंता है, उसको डॉक्टर की वैल्यू नहीं। क्या गलत है ये? क्या होगा ऐसे देश का? भगवान भी सिर्फ उनकी हेल्प करता है जो अपनी हेल्प करते हैं, और किसी की हेल्प नहीं करता वो। देखिए हेल्प भगवान करता है। हमारे यहाँ तो सोच ही अलग है, सोच अलग है, क्योंकि हम दूसरे को देख के अपना काम करते हैं, अपने को देख के नहीं करते। अगर हमारा मैनेजमेंट सही होता, देश का, हमारी कंट्री का अगर अच्छा मैनेजमेंट होता, आज की तारीख में बुराई करने का फ़ायदा नहीं है, लेकिन फिर बात तो करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि हम कोई पार्टी वाले तो है नहीं कि हमें अपनी पार्टी के बारे में कहना है। हम तो पब्लिक के आदमी, हमने समय खोया है, ये भी सच है। और हमने नहीं, बहुतों ने खोया है, क्योंकि एक विश्वास ऐसा हो जाता है कि नहीं, हम सही हैं। और पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि कोई जानता भी नहीं था कि ऐसा होगा, और शायद होना चाहिए था एक बार, होना चाहिए था एक बार, और हो रहा है। अब पता नहीं ये कितना दूर जाएगा, मुझे नहीं लगता कि कल ख़त्म हो जाएगा या 15 दिन में ख़त्म हो जाएगा। आप लॉकडाउन में रहे ना रहे, इससे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ने वाला इस बात का। और मुझे नहीं लगता कि लॉकडाउन में भी लोग शांति से बैठे हैं। लोग जो अंदर रहना नहीं चाहते, एक हफ्ते की एक छुट्टी नहीं खा सकते आराम से बैठ के, उसमें शांति से नहीं बैठ सकते, वो 3 हफ्ते, 4 हफ्ते, 5 हफ्ते, या चाइना का हिसाब लगा लें 2-3 महीने, वो कैसे अंदर रहेंगे? जो कभी अंदर रहना जानते नहीं, जिनको इधर उधर घूमने की आदत है, मेरे जैसे आदमी जो 5-6 किलोमीटर चले नहीं तो शांति नहीं मिलती। आपको पता है मैं रोज़ 5 या 6 किलोमीटर चलने की आदत है मुझे, धूप में। मेरी आदत बहुत कई साल से बनी हुई है, बल्कि शुरू की सच कहिए तो बहुत पहले से बनी हुई है। जब मैं फील्ड में काम करता था तब से आदत थी चलने की। कई बार पैदल ही चले गए जॉब पे, कहीं पैदल वापस आ गए। और कॉलेज जाते थे बचपन में तो पैदल ही निकल गए, कोई बात नहीं, 10 पैसे बचा लेंगे। 10 पैसे का टिकट था, 10 पैसे सुने मतलब जानते हैं 10 पैसे का, 1 रुपये के 10 हिस्से। तो उसको बचाने के लिए चलो पैदल चल जाते हैं, आ ही तो रहे हैं, घर ही तो आ रहे हैं, कौन सी आफत आ गई है, 4-5 किलोमीटर पैदल चल लेते हैं। तो कई बार शरीर वैसा हो जाता है, धूप सहने की शक्ति, गर्म हवा सहने की शक्ति, पानी तो पीना पड़ेगा, पी लेंगे, उससे आपके शरीर की जो पावर होती है, शक्ति होती है, बढ़ जाती है। धूप सह लेंगे, पैर खुल जाएंगे, थोड़ा सा फैट्स भी निकल जाएगा, और फिर वो थोड़ी थकावट होती है, मानते हैं थकावट होती है, लेकिन आराम तो बैठ सकते हैं, आधे घंटे आराम कर लेंगे, बैठ जाएंगे, ठीक हो जाएगी, पढ़ लेंगे किताब बैठ के। आज वो नहीं है हमें, वो संकल्प नहीं है कि हम कुछ खुद करें। मोटरसाइकिल चाहिए, स्कूटर चाहिए, बच्चे को भी चाहिए, गाड़ी चाहिए स्कूल छोड़ने के लिए, और एसी के बिना मैं कैसे रहूँगा भाई, मैं तो नहीं रह सकता, एसी नहीं है, अरे कैसे कोई रह सकता है बिना एसी के। हमारे रिश्तेदारी में छोटे बच्चे ऐसी बात करते हैं। एक दिन छोटा बच्चा आया, अमीर का बच्चा था, आया किसी वजह से आया, हमारा पंखा चला हुआ था, अंकल आपके पास एसी नहीं है। भाई मुझे अच्छा लगा उसकी बात वैसे सुन के, कि देखो बच्चा एसी जानता है, वो पंखा भी जानता है कि पंखा क्या होता है। हाँ भाई नहीं है हमारे पास एसी, नहीं बहुत गर्मी लग रही है। मैंने कहा अंदर चले जाओ कमरे में, हम एसी चलाते नहीं है, रखा हुआ है। वो गया नहीं। खैर, कहने का मतलब बच्चा भी एसी के बिना नहीं रह सकता। जिस देश का हाल ऐसा हो जाए ना, उसका भविष्य कुछ नहीं याद रख लेना। उस देश में फौजी पैदा नहीं होंगे, उस देश में धूप में खड़े होने वाले गार्ड्स नहीं पैदा होंगे, उस देश में कोई पैदा नहीं होगा जो देश को संभाले। और शायद अगर ये किसान के बच्चे ना हों, ये मजदूरों के बच्चे ना हों, तो फौज भी खाली हो जाएगी। वहाँ अमीरों के बच्चे नहीं होते, पैसे वालों के बच्चे नहीं होते, वहाँ गरीबों के बच्चे होते हैं, जो कहते हैं चलो कुछ सैलरी तो मिलेगी, खर्चा तो चलेगा। सोच वहाँ पे आकर रुक जाती। मतलब देश के लोगों में फौज में जाने की भी लिए हिम्मत नहीं है। और शायद ये कुछ लोग जानते हैं दुनिया की, इसलिए कहते हैं आपको इतने साल तो फौज में जाना ही पड़ेगा, नहीं तो जाइए हम कुछ नहीं देते आपको। लेकिन यहाँ ऐसा नहीं है। हम बहुत ज़्यादा फैसिलिटी वाले देश हैं। कुछ सेक्शन सोसाइटी के बहुत ऐश कर रहे हैं आज भी, और कुछ को आज भी पीटा जा रहा है, मारा जा रहा है। हमारा देश वो देश हो गया है, सच में पूछें तो जो ना देवताओं का है ना राक्षसों का है, दोनों का है। कुछ लोग मार मार के दूसरे को फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं, दूसरे का पीछा पैसी शक्ति छीन के खा रहे हैं, ऐश कर रहे हैं। और कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं उनके लिए कमाए जा रहे हैं, उनको कमा के दे रहे हैं। हमारी लेबर, हमारा भूखा किसान किसके लिए कर रहा है? इन अमीरों के लिए कर रहा है। हमारी लेबर देखिए, आप सोचिए, लेबर इसको हम मजदूर कहते हैं हमारे देश में। फैक्ट्री में कौन काम करता है? इंडस्ट्रीज में कौन काम करता है? ये लोग काम करते हैं। ऐसी मुसीबत आई, इतने करोड़ों लोग ये काम करते हैं, वर्कर्स, उनको कोई पूछने वाला नहीं है आज की तारीख में। कुछ तो चले गए इधर से उधर, उधर से इधर चले गए अपने अपने घर। चलो घर भी पहुंच गए होंगे मान लिया, या नहीं पहुंचे होंगे, पैसे तो नहीं है उनके पास, क्या खाएंगे? कोरोना तो आएगा नहीं उनके पास, क्योंकि वो चल चुके हैं। इतने चलने के बाद तो कोरोना का बाप भी नहीं आ सकता। लेकिन वो जो भूख का कोरोना है वो कौन बचाएगा? भूख का कोरोना तो इस वाले कोरोना से भी ज़्यादा होगा। उस कोरोना से आपको कौन बचाएगा? ये कौन सोच रहा है? किसका काम है ये सोचना? जिसका काम ये सोचना है वो उस बारे में बात भी नहीं कर रहा। इस बात का मुझे दुख है और इस बात का गुस्सा भी है कि हमारे देश में छोटे आदमी के बारे में कोई सोचने वाला नहीं है। तो उस देश का क्या होगा? जब छोटे आदमी का कोई सोचता नहीं है तो छोटे आदमी का तो भगवान ही सोचता है, क्योंकि वो उसका आदमी है, छोटा भी और बड़ा भी। वो तो सोचेगा, फिर उसकी सोच दूसरी तरीके की होती है। और शायद इन पापों को देखते हुए ही ये आया है, इसी पापों को देखते हुए। अमेरिका कितना बड़ा जालिम कंट्री सब जानते हैं, सबको पता है अमेरिका क्या है। वो कहते नहीं, अलग बात है। पीट पीट के फिलिस्तीनों को रोज मारा जा रहा है। फिलिस्तीनी रोज पीट रहा है इसराइल, आज इसको मार दिया, कल। हर रोज 2-4 न्यूज में ऐसी देखता ही हूं, अन्याय। क्यों भाई, आप कौन होते हैं मारने वाले? आप होते कौन? लेकिन मार रहे हैं, उनकी जमीन छीन रहे हैं, उनके मकानों को गिरा रहे हैं, उनके बच्चों को मार रहे हैं बिना बात। जेल में डाल दो, सजा दे दो। या आपके पास पावर का मतलब ये नहीं कि आप खुदा हो गए। आपको हिटलर ने पीटा था, मारो हिटलर को जाके, उसको क्यों मार रहे हो? आपको हिटलर ने या तो सही पीटा था, आप इस लायक थे, दोनों बातें होती हैं। या तो आप इसी लायक थे, हिटलर के हाथों पिटेंगे, क्योंकि आप भी तो दूसरे को पीट रहे हैं। आपके अंदर वो हैवानियत कहाँ से आती है? कहाँ से आती है हैवानियत? क्योंकि आपको अमेरिका की सपोर्ट है, इसलिए आती है ना। सच नहीं छुप सकता कोई। अमेरिका को घमंड इस बात का है, मैं अमेरिका हूँ, मैं दुनिया में एक्सक्लूसिव हूँ, मेरे बराबर कोई नहीं। अमेरिका के अंदर ही घमंड है। और इंग्लैंड वालों में क्या घमंड है? हम आज भी इतने सारे देशों को राजा हैं, उनको आज वो बात निकली नहीं माइंड से। अलग अलग देश, अलग अलग तरह की सोच, और हमें सबको भुगतना पड़ रहा है। और हमारे देश में, हमारे देश की तो बात ही छोड़ो, बात ही छोड़ो। कोई हिसाब किताब ही नहीं है यहाँ, किसी को कोई चिंता नहीं है यहाँ। अब चिंता शुरू होंगी, कैसे होंगी? 25 मिलियन जॉब तो इंग्लैंड के जा रहे हैं, 30 मिलियन, 2-3 करोड़ जॉब साफ हो गए वहाँ पे। कितने मिलियन जॉब इंग्लैंड में साफ हो गए, कितने लाखों करोड़ों लाखों जॉब गल्फ में साफ हो गए। और यहाँ वाले तो शुरू हो रहे हैं अब साफ होना। यहाँ तो 20-30 करोड़ बिना रोटी के मर जाएंगे, जो हालत चल रहे हैं। लेबर नहीं काम कर रही, क्या करेगी कंपनी वाला? आज की तारीख में समझ आएगा कि मजदूर का मतलब क्या है, क्या होता है मजदूर। मेरे हिसाब से तो मजा दूर होता है, मजा दूर। उसका तो मजा हमेशा दूर रहा है मजदूर का, उसको तो मजा कभी मिलता नहीं है। काम करके फिर जाता है। अब वो भाग गए जो उनको खाना खिलाते थे, जो पैसे देते थे, वो पैसे भी नहीं दे के गए उनको, भाग गए। पता लगेगा अभी, आने दो समय, हर एक का समय आता है। इस देर में मजदूर को तो गुलाम बना के रखा जाता है। खाना नहीं, आज देखिए झूठ पे झूठ, झूठ पे झूठ, झूठ पे झूठ। हर आदमी झूठ बोल रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं झूठ चल रहा है। याद रखना, झूठ का मतलब अंत होता है, अंत। या तो ये सृष्टि बदल जाएगी दुनिया की, या सुधर जाएगी। यही तो कोरोना का मतलब है, यही मतलब है कोरोना का। या तो सुधर जाओ या मैं सबको मार दूंगा। होश में आ जाओ। मैं अपने डायलॉग नहीं बोल रहा, मैं कोरोना से मिला था एक रात सोते वक्त। हंसेंगे आप सुनेंगे, हंसी। कभी कभी कल्पना में भी बात करनी चाहिए। कोरोना बहुत कमज़ोर है, मैंने देखा, मेरे हाथ में नहीं आया वो, मैंने पकड़ने की कोशिश की, नहीं आया हाथ में। शायद उसने रिबुक किया कि मैं तुम्हारे हाथ में नहीं आऊँगा। फिर मैंने सोचा ये मेरे हाथ में नहीं आ रहा, क्या करना है, तो मेरे को मार देगा। किसी और मेरा कोई रिश्तेदार खड़ा था, उसके हाथ मार रहा था वो। मजाक कर रहा हूँ, सपने की बात है, सच नहीं है, पहले बता देता हूँ। मेरे हाथ से कंट्रोल से नहीं था वो। आई डिड नॉट केयर फॉर दैट। मता कंट्रोल में यार देख लेंगे तेरे को। फूंक मारी उसके पैर पे, फूंक मारी 2-3, सपने में गिर गया, गिर जा, फिर उठा, फूंक मारी, फिर गिर गया, कहाँ भाग के जाएगा। अंत में चेंज कर लिया उसने अपने आप को, कलर चेंज कर लिया अपना, कपड़े चेंज कर लिए अपने, और फिर जिसको पीट रहा था उससे माफ़ी मांगने लगा और थोड़ी देर बाद भाग गया। मजाक है ये, सीरियसली मत लेना इसको, लेकिन मैंने ऐसा देखा था 3-4 दिन पहले। पिंक कलर में भाग गया, गुलाबी रंग में वो भाग गया। वो भागेगा, लेकिन आप जब उससे नहीं डरेंगे तब भागेगा। जो डर गया भाग गया। आप बता दीजिए क्या मतलब है उसका। इसलिए अब दिमाग से निकाल दो उसको। इतना डर, घर के अंदर बैठे रहना, बाहर नहीं आना। खुश है वो तो, देखो मैंने डरा दिया। आप सोच रहे हमने उसकी ब्लॉक चेन छोड़ दी, तोड़ दी। वो कह रहा है मैंने इनकी ऐसी की तैसी कर दी, घर में घुसा दिया। बाहर निकलो तो सही। पहलवान बाहर खड़ा है, निकलिए, नहीं, अंदर रहेंगे। सारी दुनिया को डरा दिया। बड़े बड़े न्यूक्लियर बम बनाने वाले, बड़े बड़े देश जो अपने आप को 300 मार का समझते हैं। हम साइंस में आगे हैं, हम इंजीनियरिंग में आगे हैं, हम रिसर्च में आगे हैं। हम न्यूक्लियर बम बना देंगे। मेरे डेस्क पे बटन रखे हैं, मैं यहाँ से दबाऊंगा तो नॉर्थ कोरिया को उड़ा दूंगा, और नॉर्थ कोरिया वाला कहता है मैं बटन यहाँ से दबाऊंगा तो अमेरिका को उड़ा दूंगा। ऐसे ऐसे ड्रामा आर्टिस्ट, जोकर दुनिया के। और कोई तो कहता है मैं दिव्य से भगा दूंगा, मैं मोमबत्ती से भगा दूंगा। ऐसे ऐसे कलाकार, डायलॉग राइटर इस देश में हैं। और कुछ लोग तो फायर क्रैकर से भगा रहे हैं, कुछ गाने गा के भगा रहे हैं। समझते हैं कि मक्खी मच्छर से भगा देंगे, कीड़े मकोड़े उसको भगा देंगे। हंस रहा है कोरोना भी। किन पागलों की दुनिया में मैं आ गया। अरे भगवान यहीं भेजना था मुझे, इन पागलों की दुनिया में, जहाँ लोग ही पागल हैं सारे। जहाँ पागलों की दुनिया है, जो एक कर रहा है देख के दूसरा भी कर रहा है, दूसरा नहीं किया तो तीसरा भी कर रहा है। अनाउंसमेंट पे अनाउंसमेंट, अनाउंसमेंट। और देखिए किस्मत कैदियों की, कैदियों की किस्मत, किस्मत तो खुली उनकी है। अरे जाओ, तुम निकलो, चले जाओ, पैरोल पे चले जाओ, वापस आ जाना बाद में। नहीं आए तो हम फिर पकड़ लेंगे, इन बातों को नहीं माना तो फिर पकड़ लेंगे। अरे पकड़ना नहीं पकड़ना, उनकी किस्मत तो खुल गई ना। जिसने औरों को मारा वो छूट रहा है, और जो नहीं किसी को मारे वो मर रहे हैं। ये होता है ऊपर वाले का करिश्मा। कहते हैं ना, तू जेल में डाल दे, ऊपर वाले में हो तो ही अपने आप निकाल लेगा। शायद वही डायलॉग चल रहा है। जेल से लोगों को निकाल दो, लाखों लोग निकाल रहे हैं अपने अपनी जेलों से। भाई इनको कहाँ रखें, ये सारे वैसे ही मर जाएंगे, तो इनसे जान छुटाओ। मतलब आप उनको जुर्म आप उनके माफ़ करने, इनडायरेक्टली कहो तो उनके क्राइम आप माफ़ कर रहे हो। ये हंसी की बात नहीं है तो क्या है। मतलब उनकी किस्मत में कहीं ना कहीं वो जेल नहीं है, तभी तो आप ऐसा कर रहे हैं। ईरान जैसी कंट्री जो ज़बरदस्ती पकड़ लेता है दूसरों को, वो भी कह रहा है जाओ यार जाओ, मेरी जान छोड़ो। ईरान जो ललकारता है अमेरिका को, और अमेरिका जो ललकारता है ईरान को। पहले वो इराक को ललकारता था, इराक तो अब मर गया, अब वो अब ईरान को ललकार रहा है। वो कहाँ गई ताकतें सब। ईरान कह रहे हैं तेरी ऐसी की तैसी, और अमेरिका कह रहे हैं मैं ये कर दूंगा तेरा, वो कर दूंगा। वो कहते करके तो देख, तेरे को बताता हूँ मैं। इस तरह की लड़ाइयाँ जहाँ हो रही हों, मैं तेरी ऐसी तैसे कर दूंगा, क्या समझता है पहाड़ में जा, मेरे सब कर लूँगा अपने आप। इस तरह के नेशन जब बात करते हैं, और एक अमेरिका जैसा जोकर, आज तो मैं जोकर ही खुलम खुला कहूँगा, जोकर ही है वो, बेवकूफ़ बनाया उसे दुनिया को। मैं ये बात कहूँ, अरे कुछ नहीं हो तुम यार, कुछ नहीं हो। अब दुनिया से कह रहे हो मेरी हेल्प करो, चाइना मेरी हेल्प करो, भारत मेरी हेल्प करो और रशिया मेरी हेल्प करो। जिनको बदमाश कहते थे, उनसे ही हेल्प मांग रहे हो। इसका मतलब जब आप पे मुसीबत आई तो आपकी वैल्यू कुछ नहीं है, आप भी हेल्प मांगने लगते हैं। और वैसे आप दादागिरी दिखाते हैं दुनिया में, मेरे बराबर कोई है नहीं। ऐसी जब बातें होती हैं तो क्या करेंगे आप? थोड़ी बात को समझना चाहिए दिमाग से, अकल से, तभी कुछ आगे हो सकता है। ये बातें मजाक लग रही होंगी आपको मेरी। यू मस्ट बी फीलिंग आई एम जस्ट जोकिंग। यस, आई एम जोकिंग। आई एम जोकिंग इन ए वे दैट यू शुड फील हैप्पी, बट दीज आर फैक्ट्स। मैं जोक में बात करता हूँ ना, मजाक में नहीं बात करता हूँ कभी, तो उसके पीछे भी कोई ना कोई रीज़न होता है, लॉजिक होता है। मैं ऐसे बात करने का आदी नहीं हूँ। तो मैं बात एंटरटेन करने के लिए नहीं कर रहा। क्यों भैया, क्यों तंग कर रहे हो यार? बात कितने आ चुके बीच में, पता नहीं ये लोग चाहते क्या हैं। अननेसेसरी फ़ोन करना है। सो जाओ यार, तुम्हें नींद नहीं आ रही तो नाफीम खा लो। बताइए, समझते नहीं ये लोग। ये कोरोना के मरीज हैं असली है यार, इसको समझ नहीं आता। डिस्टर्ब हुआ। हेलो, इज नॉट फेस। बताइए, लाइन कट, भाड़ में जा, वेस्टिंग टाइम फॉर नथिंग। वेल, नो मोर जोक्स प्लीज। व्हाट टू डू, पीपल डिस्टर्ब। वेल, लेट्स मूव फर्दर। हंसी मजाक हो गया जो होना था। जिसको बुरा कहना था कह दिया, जिसको अच्छा कहना था कह दिया। लेट्स मूव फर्दर। I am interested in sharing my knowledge and experience with those who don't have that experience and that knowledge. Maybe they are having knowledge but they don't use that. My topics are different. I am not a singer, I am not a film writer, I am not a politician at all. I have different objective. My objective is very, very different, that I want to share my knowledge that I have learned through education and through experience with those who are interested to get that knowledge. Otherwise, I have no relation with anybody. This is only my relation. Because who leaves this world at what time, nobody knows. I don't know when I am going to leave this world. By age, I am now 65. And I think it's real time that I don't expect what shall happen next moment. Whether or not I'm going to live next moment, I don't know, and one should not know. This is, you can say, a kind of termination of life. Anytime it can come, and I'm ready to welcome that. That when I have to leave this world, because that's a fact of life. You should wait for your death also, but at time you should continue to work whatever you are doing. Nobody knows what life is. And I am also one of those persons who have seen during my lifetime differences in style of life, lifestyle change, generations and development, and electronic world and non-electronic world. And you shall also be having different phases in your life. There was no light at that time, not even a bulb in homes, not even radios in homes. When I used to study in my school, there was no lights, no advancement, nothing, no calculator. Only log tables we used to for calculation, log table, maybe you know, I don't know. But that was time when I was young. 1955 born I am. I got admission in school in 1960, and then we continued to study. And then I passed my degree when I was 1974 and 1980. So after that I've been working, and that my childhood I worked in that also with my father. So my experiences are different. I passed engineering with whatever means I had now, but I could pass that. I got some support from someone and passed that. My experience is different. I worked in government here for 6 months. I didn't like that. I gave up that job. Because government job is always good, but it's not necessary everybody works on that. If you are honest, if you are hardworking, you shall not like to work with government in this country. That's also a fact. Only those who don't want to work and who want to make money and who corrupt, only those people work in government in all levels up to highest level, because we are corrupt society. We have been corrupt since beginning of our country, its independence. So I learned lot when I was not in this country. I worked in Libya, Iraq, UAE, Qatar, or some few months in Jeddah, and also met with many nationalities. I think more than 50 nationalities I had opportunity to work with, from Far East to West, and in our country from all corners. I had seen different life, not a culture what we have here. Complete different culture, different thinking, and everything different if you compare to our country. Different way of thinking, different way of doing, different mindset. But on an average, quality exists there, on an average. Quality of individual work, quality of teamwork, quality of technical work, and quality of administrative work. No silence, no, you can say, stage where you feel there's no work. Different kind of experience, dynamism and statism both, and that's a culture which you follow when you go out of our country. In our country, work is not valued, knowledge is not valued, and people don't have any interest in that. Here, yes man is important, no man is not important. And remember in life, what my experience says, no has more value than yes. You may not agree with that, but fact is that. Because a person who can say no to his senior or even to junior, that person has some potential. No means you are determined. Yes means you are doing nothing. Remember, this is a different meaning I'm telling you. When I say no, or somebody says no, this means that person keeps his job on his palms and move. हाथ पे जॉब लेकर चलते हैं साहब, छोड़ देंगे या छुटा दीजिए हमसे, कोई चिंता नहीं है. A person who says no is a person who is honest. Honest man says no, it's not possible, I'm not doing this. But a person who is not going to do any job, he would say yes, I would do it, because he knows he would not do it. So what's wrong in saying yes? That is what my Bharat is. It is now that, not before. No sincerity, no loyalty, nothing, bas yes. Yes, minister in England, yes, minister. It's up to you to decide you are yes or you are no. But I am neither yes nor no. I first scrutinize what I have to do. And if I say no, I say no means no. But remember, I never say no or yes. I would say, okay, let me see. Medium path. Medium path, okay, let me check or let me do or let me try. My path is different. But I respect a person who says no. Because, no means negative. And yes means positive. We know it. Plus or minus. But remember, in mathematics, in calculations, what is powerful? Just think on. Plus is powerful or minus is powerful. If you have learned little mathematics, you know there are line x axis, you know that graphics, you know in on computer, Excel graph, x axis and y axis, this generates graph. You understand what I am saying? Horizontal x axis and another on side y axis is also, and the z axis which is perpendicular to both. So forget z axis, think on a x and y axis, x o x and y o y. X origin x, this direction plus x, and this direction minus x. On my right side this is positive x, on left side this is negative x. Same thing, upper side ordinate is plus y and downside is minus y. If you go into positive, you see that, yes, I can see this, 2 into 2 is 4. But if you go in negative side, I would say minus 2 and plus 2. X axis is minus, y axis is plus. So if I take 2 minus and 2 plus, and if I multiply, how much I get? Minus 4. Is this side I guess plus 4. But value digit rises if you go left side, but sign changes. But it access negative axis. Negative axis in secrecy, छुपा हुआ है वो, दिखता नहीं है वो. पॉजिटिव दिखता है, छुपता नहीं है वो. इसका मतलब what I am saying is very different. You are working on computer. How it is working, do you know? You say it's Microsoft. Yes, it is Microsoft. It's working. But what is micron? Micron is 10 to power minus 6. Have you heard it? You will not understand if you don't know mathematics. 10 to power minus 6 means 1 divided by 1 and 6 zeros. 1 divided by 1, 0, 0, 0 is 1000, 10,000, 1 lakh and other one. 10 to power minus 6, this is that. One fraction into that part. One fraction into 1 millionth part. Just think on what I am saying. If you have one thing, break that thing, that article into 1 million part is 1 micron. Micron. That is Microsoft. Name is Microsoft, but electrons are working there. Electrons. That's why it's electronics. There are in element atoms, and atoms means electron, neutron and proton. Proton is positive charge, electron is negative charge, and neutron is no charge. This is what we are living in. So negative is that. Think of, if that 1 over 1 million is reversed, projected to physical world, to positive, this means that 1 over 1 million part of that element or atom will come to on your screen 1 million. That is not seen there, but it is seen on your screen or on LCD. See change now? When it was not visible, we could not even know what it was, and then see its result, it is positive, we can use that million into that. This is what negative is. When you are not sleeping, what you see? Whole world you see. Sky you see, earth you see, air you can't see but you feel, and you see all life, all people. But when you close your eyes and sleep, what do you see? Do you see sky? Do you see something? No, you don't see anything. But you are in some other world. You call it dream, or you call whatever you want to call that. You are in that world there. You may call it dream world, but I don't call it dream world. I call it negative world. Negative world means mind. Mind is always negative, but it works as positive. Mind is always negative because it is full of neurons. Neurons, not even electrons, which are more powerful than electrons. Neuroscience. So your mind is full of mountains of negative values. But these work as positive when they check themselves. I am doing right or not. Negative can check. Negative can screen, can filter positive. That's what I am stressing, value of negative. Because once your mind says no, your conscious may say anything. Your mind shall try to suppress your conscious, your emotions. Emotions means conscious. Emotions means sentiment. And if mind works, sentiment can never work. And if sentiments work, mind is not able to work. This means your mind is defective. Those people who exercise with sentiments, they always suffer wherever they work. Sentiments are cheats for human being. Sentiments play with you and make losses to you. But when it comes to mind, mind is your best friend, best guide. If you use your mind, you are best person then, because you are logical person. You take logical decisions. You consider each risk factor into life, and then you value that factor and how to solve that factor. Once you know what is risk, you can understand, you can bring in some solution and find answer. That is important rather than something else. That's what I am stressing. Do not be emotional. Yes, sometimes okay, but not all time. You are emotional with your family, you are emotional with your kids, you are emotional with your relatives, but remember, those emotions are temporary. Emotions can never be permanent, but that temporary stage of emotion is very dangerous. Mind works all time, 24 hours it works. It doesn't stop even for an hour, but when it stops, actually it's not stopped, it is stopped by emotions. When your emotions play in, this automatically stops working. Even for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 1 hour, when you are emotional, you cannot think. You cannot think. And when you don't think, you will take erroneous decisions, decisions full of errors. And this happens when you are in emotions. Therefore, better don't be emotional, be rational. If you can solve your problem without using emotions, just rational or rationality, you will not make mistakes. Because emotions cannot be permanent. Emotion is actually a fire or very cold water or evaporation of your mind that works for a few seconds and then disappear or condense again. Emotions means your enemy. It will come like a friend, but actually it works as enemy. Oh, I am this my best friend. I am very happy with this best friend. I cannot live without this best friend. That type of mind state you get with emotions. But that is really very dangerous. Because this friend is not with you all time. This friend cannot stay with you forever. This comes and shakes hand with, sits with you, take tea and coffee and take lunch and go. But your mind is with you all time. It cannot leave you even sleep. Even you sleep, it works. That's what I'm saying. Don't be always positive. Those who are always positive always lose because of confidence. Always being positive means you are always optimist, and that means overconfident, which results in losses sometimes and gains sometimes. And you balance too, you'll get nothing. But use of mind is not emotion. Use of heart is emotion. If you control your heart and suppress it and use your mind, you will find informations which you don't have or others don't have. Automatic, those infos come automatically. I'm just trying to give you a point, means I'm not saying you just sit or do nothing, but don't be emotional. That's what I'm saying in my career, in our life of engineers, particularly civil engineers. If I am emotional, I can't work. Yes, I am emotional for those who need my help. If somebody asks me, I need this help, I certainly do that. Thinking that this man is first human, then this man works for this job or this project, I should help him, because this is poor man. Or even if there's someone else, I would guide that person what to do or what not to do. Because if somebody has knowledge and somebody seeks that information from you, you are supposed to deliver that information to whosoever that person would be. In my mind, I have only relations to public, to persons, to individuals, not because of money, but because of if I can help, I can help. That is only, no other reason. So I was talking of management in construction. Management, which is an important subject. Subject means not one subject, this is total subject. Management is involved everywhere in life. Everywhere in life. There is no point in life where you can say you don't need management, and that management is not different. This one which you are thinking, this management, I am not talking of that management. I am talking of experience-based management, which is completely different, which is you learn based on your experience, based on your work, and based on your learning. That is my emotion, my you can say my management principle. My management is manage means man age. Here actually man is wrong word, but no problem. Which there we can use is common. People understand that. If I say this means say in place of management should be person or some other word we can use, individuality. That is right, but okay, no problem. We accept what it says, but we keep in mind that we are not actually meaning that. We meaning differently. Quality, a misunderstood word. Somebody understands this way, somebody understands. For someone, quality, for example, if building is very good, finished, decorative, for someone it is quality. For someone quality, that this is very cheap and finishing wise, very good, is quality. But for someone it is safe, that is quality. It will not fall. And for someone, every different meaning of quality. When you buy a car, what do you say? I talk to many dealers, this is up. You are talking of this, you are asking, I ask that man, what is BHP of this? Tell me your horsepower of engine. So you are asking first time this question. Nobody asked me this question. Okay, I didn't ask you this question. I'm asking you now. What is BHP? These customers come and they ask, what color of seat is this? What's inside color of car? How these seats are? What carpet is? What is? They are only in accessories or in decorative finishes of car. People are not interested in performance of car. So that's why we don't tell anybody until somebody asks how many HP this car is, how much petrol it will take, how much diesel it will take. That's like this. But you are asking something, so I have to tell you. And he told me, he himself told what's defect in this car. So this you see, this is defect, but people don't ask for this. People ask for what sort of seat cover it is, which seat you should provide. That's like, people are not interested to know facts, to know real life, but root. They don't know what's the root of problem, what they should ask for. That's what it is. I think Mr. Minu, you are welcome. I see just now. Well, quality for me is quantity plus efficiency plus value and plus everything is quality. First of all, a person who works should be quality person. A method which you use should be quality method. Specifications used should be quality specifications, and procedure you use should be quality procedures. Material that you should be quality material. Everything should be like that. So don't be confused. whatever is required technically and administratively, you have to do that on whatever job. That's management. Manage. It's not degree or diploma of management. It's how to handle activities is important. Management or quality are interrelated. If you cannot produce quality and you manage, this means you are not manager. I am giving you quality. By stating that you cannot give quality, you have to give quality in reality. That is the point. I just keep fire off. You have to give quality and reality, not in fiction. Quality of fiction is not required. Quality of fact is required. I discussed so far about work management, site management. I explained to you many topics that are covered in one of my writing, one of my authorship in civil engineering. I explained to you many past videos, and recently I explained to you about ISO 9001-2015, which is working now. Many issues related to quality in that, and I covered safety chapters and management chapters, like general format of Annex SL, which is a real format of writing about your management of quality, how you are going to affect your organization to give quality management services. That is that format. This format has 10 clauses, as I explained to you before, and these 10 clauses have many sub clauses that must be integrated with. And this book, this writing book, this you can say management reference book, has many methods, but I am not very much impressed with those, because methods in our stage and our technology or method management is not that much available as it should have been. We are not having that much detailed backup, but we can create backup. That's not an issue. So it's not rocket science, or it's not physical much physically that you can do that. It is done. Why it is done, how it is done, that's all we have to see. It's temperature now. I think we should use this temperature. I'm getting some humidity. I explained to you about general structure of this format, about RCC buildings construction, about supervision of construction, and about designs of buildings or structures. Then I explained to you methods, how we have to do that, by examples, and in that sequence I was going through checklists of activities. Checklist, which means we have to check whatever we do through some established methods or our created own methods, because we can create also in engineering, we test also in engineering, and we pre-write also. So if we check what we do in time before doing that, or before completing that item, completing work on that, we can find various solutions. In that sequence I explained to you various ones, and items on site which we have to check, I was going through. In that I was there. If you see this record, I'll let you see this file little bit. I have to see it down, and let me blow it further. I can't read this quality assurance or requirement list, which says that, let us go there down up to columns. I think I was there with you up to columns. So Activities-Suraj says columns works item 10, and this was for floating slab. Yes, I had completed slabs, floating slab, and I was held on item number 10, that is checklist for RCC columns works. RCC columns works means works for supervision, works for columns, what to check, and it is started with certain checklist, and that checklist I just repeat so that you may not be confused. For everybody, this was number 1. Ensure scaffolding with working platform is in position for access around columns for preparatory works. This we talked at length. Preparatory method means you have to go up and work on that. It was ensure rebar fixing is correct to requirement, overlap should be fixed correct to specifications, lowest ring should start at half of spacing, location from structural level, and ensure rebars be well tightened and maintained in plumb. When I say rebar means it's short one, it is a reinforcing bar. Just be clear with that. It's not rebar alone. It's only in writing. Ensure rebars are clean and free from rust. If I put fan, I feel cold, and if I don't put, I feel hot. What to do? Well, rebars, ensure rebars be well tightened and maintained in plumb, and ensure rebars are clean and free from rust. Ensure sacrificial anode is fixed if so required. Ensure touch-up paint is applied in case of epoxy-coated rebars. Ensure electrical and other required inserts are fixed and approved. Ensure that all concrete before closing rebars by formwork. Means ensure all concrete spaces are placed in position. Try to avoid excessive spaces within column main body if not so required. Check these spaces that these spaces are fixed on top portion out of top of concrete, and ensure all inspections before closing rebars by formwork, and check whether or not starter or kicker is convenient. And it should be avoided. What should be avoided is, preferably it should be avoided, checked forms are fixed in position correctly, check side supporting system intact, checked grid offset thread lines are available, and check from both axes reference to ascertain column locations, check tie bolts are fixed preferably outside of column section, then do not tighten them immediately but after ensuring location and plumb. Top inclined support is meant for keeping forms in position. Middle support located and fixed at one end from bottom is meant for resisting is resultant fluid pressure during pour. And then bottom horizontal support is meant for holding form footwork, and check whether or not, let me also show you some sketch with this. That's why I'm opening book. I'm just going to do that. Check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms, and on at least two sides. I'm just trying to take out a picture so that you may be a little clear about that, which is also important from very learning point of view. So let me have 1 minute. This is one page I have got it. Let me see other page. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should be here and it is here. I'll show you that before going fast on other, because it should be clear what I'm talking of. Otherwise confusion has no place in engineering. Right? That's what I'm showing now. So middle top inclined support is meant for keeping forms in position, and middle support located and fixed at 1/3 from bottom is meant for adjusting resultant and fluid pressure during pour. Bottom horizontal support is meant for holding formwork top foot. Check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung from top of forms on at least two sides on both axes. Heavy plumb bob means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. Binding wire can also be used to hang heavy weight. Timber piece can be fixed on up top to hang bob and plumb bob. I'm going to say first check form location at bottom, then at top on both axes, and check locations somewhere at middle. Now let me show you first what I want to say, then doing this. What is that? I want to show you first. Means maybe I showed before, but probably you're not clear about that. Let us see what I'm talking about. Picture wise, this is, you see, a column here. This is a column. You see this small portion is a column. Ply around, and in between you say separate member, which is not actually member, is just holding timber piece to keep these dimensions intact. Concrete will not be there in that. This is just a direction piece, holding piece, because so that sides are same dimensions. So you can see this plywood all around, and this is axis line both ways, dotted, not dotted, different kind of line, and this is where column section, we call it section or plan, and one piece, dotted line piece in between, which means this is out of concrete, but to keep these dimensions intact. This is purpose, this is, and there you can see there are other pieces around, there are lines around here. If you can see that one, let me see by pen mark timbers. Let us see here. If you see that, yeah, this is column portion here. This is column portion. You can see this all sections here. This is ply around, ply piece. It's all ply piece here. And this is a member in between which I am talking. This is just to keep intact dimensions of this. This portion dotted line shall not go in concrete. That shall remain outside. And this axis line here and here, this is axis line. And these are battens, timber wooden battens or some other battens, which joins, which support this ply thing, these battens, and this all here. And these are cross sections, vertical cross sections here, vertical members of that, means complete framing outside. These are vertical members here, and these are main framing of, and this is spacing at different. I'll show you that spacing, how it works. And these are supports here, which I'm talking of, supports. And this is fixed of timber on top, and here's this circle. You see this circle. You can see this circle, you can see this circle, all that. This is indication of plumb bob here, which you call plumb bob. And this is general arrangement of this, and I'll show you in section also. This is just, a section of column and supporting arrangement around. There are many timber pieces and supports. You can see these supports are like this, indicative here, and this I'll repeat. I'm just showing you first reflection, how we arrange this, and we can put check line on this and measure like I have shown you here. This is, you see this line here, this is reference line. We put in this line, reference line, and we check from here to here what it should be after deducting half of footing, half of column plus thickness of ply and thickness this, and we check kitna, we just check how much this balance items from here to this string. This is a string for example, and we see this actual measurement for plumb should plumb line, this line may be whatever list, this line here that I'm talking of, this line is the string line, and this we measure from here how much it should be, and that should be checked like this, from here, or from whatever here, a string is there and we have to check that. This is general arrangement. I'll be back again on this. Let me show you something else here, that how it works. I'll be back here again. First let me show you what it is. Now let's see this. This is very important. I'm showing you, this is, let us say, slab already there, and on the slab there is a shuttering. There is a column formwork. You can see that. Form ply, it is written here. Form ply. And these dark lines are nothing but I'm talking of these dark lines and these lines, these dark lines. These dark lines. These are either clamps or bolts. Both can be there. Clamps are that, and these pieces are, and these pieces are timber pieces. These are framing for this formwork. It means this is your concrete portion which is white, and this portion means all supporting arrangement, and this portion is where I say this is a mid piece, and this is your plumb bob timber hung here, is your plumb bob circle is shown. These are reflection of that, and if you see here, this is your previous slab, this one is slab, previous slab. So this is elevation or section of that plan which I was discussing. On sides you may see this type of arrangement, we do not understand clearly. Now this is a system, means this column concrete shall be registered by ply, and then by framing of by timber or steel, and then by these clamps, and then by external supports which are not shown in this, but lines are shown. If you can say briefly, see, one support is here, this horizontal support, there's another support here. If you see, this one support, the one inclined support is thread line axial. Because of clarity, I showed only line here. It's a problem for me to this line, this inclined one here, and then there's another inclined here like this, problem that I can handle this, this one and this one, and then here one this is a simple support, unnecessarily disturbing. I want to beat these people, believe me. Unnecessary calling for nothing. For what is calling, I don't know. What is calling? क्या करेगा लोगों का यार? Disturbing calling again and again. There's a overload on line and calling again and again. So these lines, these lines here, dotted or axial, these lines. Very closely, if you look here, one is horizontal, another is inclined, and one more is inclined. Top one is to keep this formwork in position, dimension. Middle one is at point where there is maximum pressure probably, and this is horizontal line which holds bottom position. This is general arrangement of this shutter. I'll try to show you a detailed one here, which I must have, maybe I see this here. You see, it's little close, better than previous one. This is here. Can you see it from here? First see it from distance, then I will show it close. This is clearly indicating how form shutter is done. You can see this one here. There's a slab below, and same detail is in complete sketch. It is, you can see here. You see this one, bottom slab, then there is complete framing, horizontal and vertical, and your clamps, or you may say balls in place of clamps, depends upon how you design and how you fix there. This is what is important. These hold your shuttering until your concrete is filled in, and you can see complete details here, and also you can see here supporting system. You can see a supporting system. You see those same supports: horizontal support, inclined supports, 3 supports minimum. There can be more, but these are basics. These are basics, and you see the plumb bob here to check verticality here, and also you can see this distance is same up to plumb bob. There is an arrow. We have to check at many locations. Vertical way set. If it is 4 meters or 3 meters height of column, we have to check at least every meter, and make sure if it's say 300 millimeter at top, it should be 300 millimeter in middle, as well as same dimension at bottom. Then it's called vertical. If there is a difference of even 1 millimeter, that's not acceptable, but there is some tolerance. We can say 1 millimeter, 2 meters is tolerance. So, you know, support I have written here to maximum point of pressure. This is written here. Pressure is here, so this is your support, which is middle one, and top one is different support. Is written support is written for holding, and this is your plumb bob. As I said, this is what we do. Minimum, this is not maximum. This is minimum requirement of work. This minimum requirement, people will not provide you this sketch because they do not know what they are going to do. They will leave it to carpenters or others. You can say it's written timber, please, etc., etc. I cannot read here in book. It's old book this is, and it's not computerized one. It's by writing by pen and manual sketch. And this is shown axial line of column in between, which is a vertical line. So this sketch clearly depicts what we have to do. Now there are so many standard proprietary systems available. If there are so many, suppose they have 500 columns to do, then you can ask that manufacturer design system for me, or if you don't have that much, you can yourself design this. This is not a big deal. And you see in top I have written 1 meter example here, that is from concrete to some other point. I have taken 1 meter here, and then we put a string there at that point, and we can just see, ensuring what it should be from that point, and balance we can check from that after taking out whatever calculations. You can understand what I mean to say. We have to find a reference line, we have to fix a reference line, and ensure position of axis, or you can say location of your columns can be made by that. It can be checked by that. And if you want to see further elevations of that, I will show you elevations also, just for information. This is I'll show you layout as just 2 pages more. I'll show you this. This is just a framework. You can say a kind of side elevations where you can't see column in, but elevation of that timber arrangement, shuttering arrangements. This is just how we place general arrangement of that. And also, if you find another one, another side arrangement, of layouts, and that is layout here. Two lines will show the kind of layout of columns, means how columns are arranged. Can be in any way, it can be like this also. So it doesn't matter, it can be anything. All these lines we have to establish on site, and the purpose only is, and I'll show you another example also for this column, which is a little wider one than previous one. So this is another column. See, wider one, rectangular one, and similar arrangements there, similar ply, 18 mm ply, and internal holding pieces, then outside framing of battens and supports. Physically it is same, but same method, but different style, different dimensions, and it works similarly. So that is what column is all about. There are so many others, I can show you more also, just for your reference. Elevation, say the elevation is that, other one which I showed to you, this is that elevation. You see from distance, this is that elevations. And also, because when I am showing it, opening page is also difficult. If you see different kind of section, this another section, is different section. Same, but section is different. Same design, same method, section is different. And also here some other elevation of that, and this is different elevation. Only I am trying to say that varying arrangements, just imagine how much time I had taken to produce that in no computer world. I didn't know computer that time. I produced this in different kind of arrangements. It's also that T-shape, something like that. So we'll now continue to talk about this, because there is no limit. If I want to see all pages, it will take much time. At some other time I'll show you that, but just one glimpse I want to show again. That is for another glimpse, I can say, and that is here. Just with this is bolts, this is with bolts. You can see these bolts. Here we have fixed in place of clamps, bolts, bolt clamps, you can say, bolt clamps. System is same, but in place of shikanjas we have put bolts, steel bolts, and that holds column. Means we have to hold column safe without any opening. That's the main point here, nothing else. So I'll keep it off for time being, otherwise I'll keep open pages and go on. So welcome Mr. Sorry to join, okay, and also in Arabic, I don't know this man. Welcome whoever is there. Welcome all. So we move further. I have shown you certain sketches. These are not normal sketches. Just imagine I worked on these sketches in 92 or 93, you can say 1992, about 28 years back. I don't know why I did all this. I think I was that time back from some overseas country and there was some problem here, so I just used some time for this, and I was having interest in that. This was done just using your scale or futa and paper, sometimes graph paper or sometimes just A4 size paper, using pencil or ballpoint pen, and making this because I wanted to keep my memory safe, what I learned from there. I didn't want to waste that, because if you don't record something, you forget, means after that you will join another job, you will forget previous job, and it's difficult to recall memory. But if you recall, it can be used by somebody. That's its communication to others. Means job is one thing, you are getting salary, you are living, but that's not end of life. You are learning also. You do job, you learn something. It's your duty to transfer it to someone, not because you want to get money out of that, but because your learning should not go waste. Because I did not get that chance in my career, I had to learn everything. There was no reference, no source to just know in advance what you want to do. But in our country, there's a weakness as well as others too. Sometimes it's better if something you live for others, that I did like this and you can follow it. Up to you to decide. But information is that, I mean, if somebody will not follow it but can understand it, they can devise their own method. That is only purpose of this. There is no other purpose. Now let's move further on to about why you're talking in columns, because I have shown you what is done, how it's done. It's not difficult for you to just to consume what I'm talking about. That I'm not talking in air, I'm talking practically. So that's why let's continue now. Outside, check whether or not heavy plumb bobs are hung, which I have showed to you in that sketch, from top of forms on at least two sides on both axes. Heavy plumb bob means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. You know why we are saying this? There's another plumb bob which masons use. That plumb bob is completely different. It's very small piece of brass or something they hang with a string. That does not work actually. It works only for furniture work. It does not work in field when you have so high column of 4 meter or 12 feet. You cannot use that one, because sometimes air is so fast in that area where you work. It's maybe 100 kilometer. It can be 50 kilometer speed, and this plumb bob is no use. So we use heavy piece to hang and keep that ready for measurement, even though there's 50 kilometer speed wind, because this stone piece or concrete piece or brick does not move because of that air pressure, and we can take measurements in wind also. That's sole purpose, and we can hang it using binding wire too, so that it keeps itself intact, because wind will not affect. Wind shall affect projected portion only, and projected portion of stone piece or block is not that much when you compare the weight of that piece, and it will not affect binding wire. So the purpose is this type of artificially created plumb bob is important in engineering purpose. This is a practical understanding we have to do. Then we can say heavy plumb bob means either use heavy concrete piece or brick, etc. Binding wire can also be used to hang heavy weight. Timber piece can be fixed on top to hang plumb bob. First check from locations at bottom, then at top on both axes. First check from location at bottom. As I said, near bottom of column, you have to check location there. Then at top on both axes, go to top and measure. Both should be equal. Then you can check middle also. Check location somewhere at middle. So in that 3 points you check. If these are okay, this means that point is vertical. Then if there's another point in that, where you can check another point also, because your line of column should be straight in saying there should be no twist. This we do not care here, but it should be cared. After ensuring form location, check plumb bob on both directions at 3 locations vertically in full height casting. So you have to check this in both directions of x and y axis, one side of column to other side of column. We have to check, and check for adjustments if required to bring errors within permissible limits. And there is always some permissible limits. They may say there should be acceptable error, let us say 1 millimeter in 3 meters, 1 millimeter in 1 meter. If there's an acceptable error, if your reading is different in top and bottom or middle by a margin of, let us say, 3 or 2 millimeter or maximum 3 millimeter in whole height of 4 meters, then say fine, it's okay, within limits it is, but it's not perfect, it's still defective. And that's what should be kept in mind. But we cannot stick just by saying that this is defective, and we are no way we can remedy it. If we are health remedy, we keep our plate with water and something in that, in hot, and check whatever we can check. Means there's something you can check. However you check, it's up to you. You check the dimension, locations, or some whatever way. Then check for adjustments if required. You can loosen if is a difference is there. Let's say it's more than what is expected, then you have to loosen your plate and pull it back so that timber of shutters is not impacted upon. Then once you are ready with that, you can say that cooking work has been done and we have to go. It's not only one, always say this. So that's the point you have to understand. Once forms are checked for horizontal, vertical location, start fastening ties and ensure supports are well anchored. This means once you are sure that your position of column is okay, dimension is okay, and vertical is okay, then you can keep that position by intact tightening of these slow speed bars to run. You can see this bus pulling arrangement. You can see these people will go away after that, and bus is not going to come at 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night or morning. And you can say that today we have no vehicle, no truck, and no oil. We may cancel your order. And if that happens, whole time is wasted. Come on, then, having completed various cons, preparatory works, move for work platform, operation, and check stability of system, plan for inspection core. So actually what we have understood, that we have to score up now. In column, as we discussed, column, first of all, you should think that it is very important element in framing, in structural framing. Column means base of structure, which means if column does not exist, if it fails, this means whole frame fails. Column we call in our language short column or long column. Both types of columns exist and both types they function. We may not explain everything here, but just minimum we have to explain here. There is a limit on size according to codes, that your column is less than 30 centimeters and it is, you see, more than, if you divide length of column, let's say length of column and its width means least dimension of that column. What is the relation between two? That's a big point. What is the relation between two? There is a relation of cross-sectional size and longitudinal size between two items. What is the relation between column and nature? That relation is well bounded, well defined in engineering, but in public, let us explain what does it mean. We have to help this column stay and work. Minimum dimension of this column should be 300 mm or 30 centimeters. This point we should not forget. This is our code provision, but not only code provision, this is practical requirement. If it is less than 300 mm or 12 inches, you can say, this cannot be called a column, which generally people keep 9 inches in our country without thinking how much it should be. They just think it's a column. Then it has a relation to length of column or height of column to least dimension. Least dimension, if it is 30 centimeter side, other can be 40, other can be 35, other side can be 40, 50 or whatever, but not less than 30 or 300 mm. This point is called relation between height of column and least side of column, and that relation is 12 for short column. Generally we consider short column, SHORT, short columns in our designs, which means if you have 30 centimeter or 300 mm width, small width, 12 if you multiply with this, how much is this? This means 30 into 12, 360 centimeters, which means this column from bottom to top of its length is having relation of 30, which means when your father comes or someone comes and stays in room, that comes to play. That stays someone you feel is coming to your family to play with you. That's relation you have to maintain. Otherwise, if you provide 9-inch column and say 3.5 meter height of floor, which generally you divide and see if it's more than 12, that is not a column. Because first of all, there is no space for vibrator to go in. This cannot be considered a short column, and you are just providing sometimes 9 inches and 9 inches, or 9 inches by 12 inches, or 9 inches by 18 inches. Your 9 inches fixed formula fails. It doesn't work. And we are not considering long column in this because that is different word. We generally consider short column, which means minimum dimension of 30 centimeter, and we multiply by this 360 centimeter or 3 meter and 60 centimeter floor to floor, which means this slab height where your floor is coming to next slab height, this should be maximum 360 if we consider 30 centimeter, not more than that. And if you consider 9 inches, first of all, that is not permissible, and by chance let us say, this means you are considering 9 inches only 25. 2 into 5 you multiply 2.5 is 9, so 225. So 225 into 12 if you take, how much it comes? 12 into 224, 240, and then it's coming 240. This means this is not going to cover your floor height. Keep that in mind. This means I'll calculate for you here exactly, not to Kawaji, and that should be understood what I mean to say, that 12 times into 225, 2.7 meters. If you construct 2.7 meters, which means around 9 feet, can you construct 9 feet floor height? Can you live in that? Impossible. This is against bylaws, because 10 meter is 10 feet is a minimum. 10 feet is minimum. And if you take 10 feet, let us say 10 feet, or 3 meters, 3 meters, which you 3 meters which you divide by 12. 12. This means 250 is the minimum dimension of column for 10 feet. But this is against code. Reason is that 30 centimeter column you have to be minimum width. On 4 sides there is cover, concrete cover, in column which is minimum 4 centimeters, minimum, in ordinary columns, in ordinary environment. If it's worst environment, it may be 5 centimeters. So 300 mm minus 40 mm this side and 40 mm this side. How much you get? 300 minus 40 minus 40, 80. Reduce 80 from 300 mm to 20 you get. So from this end, clear concrete you have only this. In that there is ring, you know there is a ring which will be around steel. So let us say 8 mm string. 8 mm goes from this side, 8 mm goes from this side. How much you are getting? Then you see there is a steel, main steel, which can be 12 mm, which can be 16 mm, which can be 20 mm, depending on design. So actually up to center of that steel, how much you are getting? That is a point to be considered. You are going to lose concrete 40 plus 40, 80, then 16 mm for your rings, 80 and 16, 80 and 16, 96. Then you get your steel and then go further to center of that. So you see how much you have left to see power of your steel that it can take load of. It's very little. Space to space between these main bar is very small, and more space means more reaction, or you can say more resistance to bending moment. And what is bending moment? That point you must understand, though it is engineering term, but it can be clearly understood. This is a column and there is a beam. This is called frame. Frame in construction, any structure, this is this column and this is this column, and is a beam fixed, and there is column above and above. These two vertical columns and this horizontal beam, when they are fixed at corners, cannot move, that is called a portal frame. We call it portal frame. Unit of portal frame. This beam and this column act together. They act how? Beam, how it works? Beam is beam, but when load is there, it bends. Means I cannot bend this pen if I tell you something like this. Say this is a beam here or slab here. When load is there, it's not exactly, even in practice, it works like this, It works like this, goes down somewhere here, and we call this bending. Maybe it bends this way or this way. This keeps, when force is there, means it moves like this during force. This is called bending. Bending means up or down on load. And when this bends, if this bends like this, column is connected to this column. That column, then this also happens like this. Just imagine that. Your column is doing like this and your beam is doing like this. Column is crippling. There's a stage it can cripple and break. And there's a stage when this beam or slab this is and break. Shear failure, we call it. Shear failure or crippling failure. When that happens, your structure fails. That's why I'm trying to explain. It shall not fail because we are providing steel in that. This steel holds it from failing. this reinforcement or steel bars, these hold this structure from falling. That is purpose of that. But if you have already violated law means code, your column, though you think it's a column, but it's not a column, because you have reduced size and this is not giving resistance to this bending. When you say it's bending here, we have to keep back that force to hold that slab or column. But that column depends upon location of bars, steel bars. Farther bars means better resistance, because this distance and this distance are calculated at resistance. Farther they are, better resistance. Closer they are, distance is reduced, least resistance. Try to understand. The reverse. What people think is reverse. Because load, whatever load, let us say 10 ton load on somewhere, and from this distance we calculate 10 into 2, 20 ton meter. Ton meter. Resistance. And if it's 1 meter, it's 10 ton meter. Think this way. Because all steel is combined, one they act together. If you squeeze it, it will not give you maximum benefit. Even if you fix a higher steel, it will not give you proportional resistance. In place of 12, even if you use 20 dia steel, it will not help until it has well distribution and location. This is complete different design engineering. Maybe you are not clear about that, but I am just trying to give you fundamentals. Some people say, why you keep so far or why you keep so close? There is limitation for everything, depending on percentage of steel in that concrete, depending on many other factors, which cannot be explained to you publicly because these are very complicated for explanation. I was trying to say elementary. Don't think that whatever column you fix, that's okay. There should be dimensions, clear dimensions. That's point of dimension and position of steel. But also this other point, thinner column means less column. Your vibrator cannot go to down. That vibrating needle must reach full length of column to vibrate. You are keeping. I have seen what people do. Small piece cast together, the other part cast down. This is not correct. You have to cast whole column together, because as uniform concrete is, as better this, and as heterogeneous it is, it's not better. Heterogeneous means different types of mixes, different days of mix. It should be monolithic as much as possible. Same time, casting of something with other member is monolithic. Casting means one time casting. Therefore, this much information we should have. Frame is frame. In working, it is no separate beam, no separate column. It works together. And therefore, whole frame, it may be 10-story building or 20-story building, and there may be 5 or 6 or 10 columns vertically, beams so many. All these should work together. Each frame and how many frames are there in other direction, all should work together. That is very important, and that is what we call three-dimensional arrangement. Each member with another member in X direction, in Y direction, and in Z direction. In all three directions must work together, so that building does not suffer from different forces. Just like we walk, we keep balance. If my leg doesn't strike somewhere, I keep walking. This always little entertainment, or we stick together, we don't fall. It's a kind of, we can say, dynamic equilibrium of body. Similarly, building has variation of forces within this. Direct load is coming, means direct load, weight of building is coming, load is coming, then furniture load is coming, your load is coming, other loads are coming, tank load is coming, then wind load is coming, earthquake load is coming, heat load is coming. All these loads are acting on building from vertical top or from side or from foundation or from water pressure from down or from any other source. Building is accepting everything whatever is given on this. But building does not tell you I am feeling pain. It feels pain, but it does not tell you. That pain is called stress in that building or strain in its member. This stress or this pain should be calculated properly so that building stays equilibrium position. Means it doesn't feel pain when it's having balance. Balance from top, balance from bottom, balance from this side, balance from this side, balance from that side, balance from this side. It should meditate and serve you. But building can meditate only when you calculate it correctly. And if you don't calculate it correctly, it shall be out of balance and in panic, but it would not tell you. It's like an animal. Animal can also give voice to doctor of veterinary. This is not that even. It cannot tell you where I am feeling pain, and you can never understand, but we know that pain where it is. That pain is bending moment, that pain is direct force, that pain is shear force, that pain is fire force, that force is temperature force, that is wind load, that is earthquake load. All these are painful stresses on building, and in engineering we have to consider all this in designs. Example, we take load of concrete, let us say 2.5 ton per cubic meter. Do you know that? 2500 average, I'm saying, kilogram per cubic meter, we consider RCC, dense load in building calculation. We calculate that. Or we consider steel weight 7,850 something per cubic meter. Or we consider some other brickwork, or similarly we consider all weights, and we also consider when people are living in that, it may be 250 kilogram per square meter of slab. Imaginary, depending upon what sort, if there is a balcony or there is staircase, public place, it varies. It may be 500 kilogram in a public place, 500 kilogram per square meter. Depends upon what use we are taking from. All those leads us to calculate total load on building. This building, we are not weighing that. It can't be weighed. But assessment we take from defined code yardstick or code rules. We calculate that. Of course, there is some safety factor, but in some cases it's reverse also. All these weights, there just says that your building is empty. There's no occupation. It happens. In which case, only dead load acts. Means dead load is there, load of concrete, load of finishes, load of flooring, load of plaster, load of roofing, all loads are there. But no occupancy. Which means building is working, it's not sleeping. You are not there. So all dead loads we have to take, all temperature loads we have to take, all wind actions, wind load we have to take. We have to take all earthquake loads even if you are not there. Your load is not that high as building load is. Of course, when you are there, we have to add live load, that's called live load, we have to add to that. So we have to keep in consideration when we design varying stages, when there is no load, live load, only dead load. Oh, dead load and this much live load. Or there is a wind load, no earthquake load. Oh, the earthquake load, we are not taking. Either we take earth load or earthquake load or wind load. There are rules. We follow that. So don't think that this is single formula we use. No single approach. Multitude approaches to know best and critical position when building is unsafe. That is decided. It's very complicated but important. Which decides what your slab should be, what your foundation should be, what your column and beam should be. It decides. Because when it's dead means it's gravity, you can say. Gravity, you understand, attraction of loads towards earth by magnetic field, this is, and that is vertical. But when this wind, that same load is acting down, it acts this way. Wind load acts this way or this way from both directions. And when there's earthquake load, it acts at foundation. Because earthquake doesn't come at top, wind load comes at top, but when there's earthquake, it acts at foundation, and that foundation action shifts towards top. That's the difference. Wind action and seismic action are applied at different points. Some applies at top and some applies at bottom. So that situation we have to take into our designs. Temperatures can apply from both. Fire can apply from different angle. Fire. Do you understand its effect? You don't understand its effect. Fire burns, we know, but it doesn't ask you, and it doesn't tell you also, I am coming. You can expect rain is coming, you can expect today is windy. No one can tell you your building is going to impact of fire, to attack by fire, but it happens. It's by chance, by surprise. We have to think that way also, and that is very dangerous. Action of fire is more dangerous than action of earthquake or wind, because fire does not speak, it does only. Just imagine there's fire in your building. Where shall act? Inside fire acts. It shall expand, go to your slab, go to your column, go to your windows, go to your floor. Everywhere it will go and intensify. Suppose it is in your column, around your column, it's that. What shall happen? Temperature of fire is how much? It's in thousands. So many hundreds or so many thousands. So your four sides of column shall be subject to that temperature. Do you realize that? Let us say 1000 degree temperature. Let us say 500 degrees temperature, depending on intensity of fire. This surface of your column, length and breadth, as you are saying, 9 inch by 9 inch or 12 inch by 12, whatever you are taking, that surface will be hot immediately, getting further hot, further hot, further hot. External surface of column. And what shall happen inside? Inside where steel is there and inside core of column is there, that temperature is lesser than external surface temperature, because heat has not reached to center of column. It has reached to concrete cover, it has reached to steel, and then gradually it will reach to middle of that column. It may take half an hour, it may take 40 minutes, it may take 1 hour, depending upon how strong fire is. So there is a temperature gradient, you see, variation of temperature. Outside temperature of column is high, inside is low. This means some portion in external periphery of column in some curved arrangement is heated up, and internal portion is not heated to that level. there is a temperature gradient. This is very dangerous. To some extent it works, say for half an hour. It depends upon your design. Some says I have considered only half an hour design for fire. This means in half an hour this fire should be exhausted, should be fought, and there should be no fire in half an hour. Or we say I have taken up to 2 hours, that we extinguish this fire in 2 hours. Now it depends upon design. Maybe you will not clear with that. So I say external surfaces heat means your external portion, let us say 20% of your column section has heated up. So only internal portion is safe to take your load. That section of 80% or whatever it is called reduced section. Means your column has already failed to an extent of 20%. So your column is not working fully in fire. It can be lesser than that. And if it crosses your steel portion, your cover is heated up, and it also goes to your column main steel where rings are there, bars are there. If those are also impacted and they just stop working, then column is not going to stay longer. Concrete will not help you fully in tension, in bending, because it may gradually destruct itself, demolish itself, fail itself. So fire is unexpected, and you have examples in whole world that in fire time people could not be evacuated, building could not be safe, fire brigade crew could not reach there to save them. So many failures news you get every day. Do not take building that it is a pawn shop, or it's milk, or it's tea. It's building. Structure is like your anatomy of body. Those who do not understand it, I can't help them. And this is manufactured, on-site manufactured. This is not delivery from some, you can say, from factory. We work on site and manufacture it. There can be defects in manufacture. There can be defects in what is designed and what is done on site. This critical we should understand. There's a problem in foundation. You did foundation without understanding nature of soil, what sort of soil is there. That's always defect. People assume only. Oh, we assume, no problem. See, that building is standing, so what shall happen to my building? That argument is made. Useless argument, irrelevant argument. That building is safe, must be my building safe. This is logic, you think? See, that man, this happy man, I should be happy. Is that possible? Not possible. Everybody has different power, different stamina. So we should not be fools. We should not be intelligent. That is purpose of humanity and education. So what I gave you an example of column because I was talking of column. If suppose in place of 4 cm, you increase cover, fire will take time to reach further cover. Or if you take this 4 cm just to 2 cm, I'm putting 2 cm cover. I don't want to increase size of concrete. I don't want to waste material. If you think like that, this 2 cm will be taken in maybe 15 minutes in fire. So your column will fail. Your building will collapse. Same thing when each reaches your slab. Generally in slabs or lintels you say we provide 20 mm cover in normal way, 20 mm cover. But we expect that first column should not fail. Column takes time to fail. By that time slab will fail. We have to keep everything in mind. But slab is big one. So there is big steel. There are bigger slabs also. But in normal cases, we consider how fire is working. In column, fire works from all four sides. In beams, it works on three sides because fourth side is slab. Beam has two vertical sides and base. This is bottom and vertical. It has three dimensions projected to fire. Column has all dimensions projected to fire. So there is double load of fire on column. This, we can say, 1.5 times loading compared to that on beam, and there is one end projection on fire. So we have to think in that way. Which is impacted more? Column is impacted more. So column should be stronger than beam. Column should be designed better than beam, and beam should be designed better than slab. In sequence, if you go like that, so we can say slab is our datum line to understand how better slab should be, then how further better beam should be, and then further better how column should be. So they say strong column, weak beam. We can say that. Actually it's not weak, but in comparison we are saying stronger column and strong beam. You can say like that. Stronger and strong. Means column should be powerful and beam should be little less powerful, whereas a slab is powerful. You can say that. So that point must be understood, because fire cannot be controlled immediately until you are full. Maybe you don't have water. Why they say you should have fire water tank in building, in ground floor or basement or somewhere? This is only a reason that if you have store of water, they can put there. If they don't have water, these firefighters, due to some reason, your water can be used. They can take your water immediately and use it in your building or in some other building. But how many buildings have fire water tanks? Means we have to link all sequences of safety. This is a part of safety as well. Not only engineering, how to keep buildings safe. This is a point. That's why it's not simple. I take this dimension because this shuttering is available and I can bring it on rent and fix it. No, that is not engineering. That is something else. We have to think everything. There is a fixed dimension minimum. There is a relation between length of height of column and this dimension. There is a percentage of steel provision, that so many percent is minimum and so many percent is maximum. We have to go into that range. I have seen people saying, oh, 4 rods are must in column or 6 rods. Complete nonsense. No relation. It's design that works. And that design then works on site because it's executed there. It's not so easy as if people think. And ultimately column goes to foundation, which is another problem in designs. Unclear to many, because foundation means soil. It's not only RCC, it's not only brickwork. It is a connection between column, foundation and soil. Establish a relation between them so that they all work together. Soil, another heavy management, in-depth management, unclear to world itself how soil conducts. And that is only reason we consider factor of safety in soil resistance. We do not calculate or we do not take into our designs full load that soil can take, but we design with some factor of safety. Otherwise, that's for purpose of safety, means for purpose of surety that this will not fail. And you take full load by test, then we cannot guarantee safety of building. These are important points which impact your working on site, and this is all part of our management. I am explaining so I can express to you what is not expressed by people. They do not understand what is soil, what types of soil, which is better, which is not better. There are some soils which are better for agriculture, not for building, and there are soils which are good for building, not good for agriculture. But conception is reverse in field. They say this is very good soil. Just by looking at soil, they will say this is good soil. This happens with me. Happens with me. I just example you might have seen before, but just to remind you where people confuse. They say soil is good, but they don't understand fact. I'll just show you something which I show to many. What actually you are looking for is something very indifferent, and people cannot get that grasp, though they can understand that very well if they see by eyes. Just a minute, I have some photograph of one sample of soil, and that is layman photograph, not laboratory photograph. I show you something. What usually I do, I take some soil, just for understanding what soil is. Small soil, put in a glass and put some water in that and dissolve it and wait. I'll show you what's that. Now, maybe light is coming on my face. You see this? If I am able to see, I'm not sure. The reflection is coming, sun reflection. Now this is a glass filled with water and soil dissolved in this. You see there this varying, the difference of layers, no uniformity is there. Some particles are suspending, some particles are settled, and some particles have changed to little scum, jhag. And if you see that, why I'm showing this, there's a reason behind that. Just to know something about nature of soil, which we generally miss. At least we can understand what contents of soil are there. Clay or sand or something else. Because clay is called chicken mitti or black cotton soil, which is not suitable for foundation. Reason? It comes in contact with water, it swells. Means it increases in volume, but solid material is same. Volume is increased, but material quantity is not increased. Weight is same. This means this is defective one. This is when swelling means it loses its atomic structure and it becomes weak. And when water is off, it's either taken out or it evaporates. It cannot be drained, remember. There can be no drainage from this soil. Either water evaporates because of sunlight or it's squeezed. This means when it comes back after drying out, it is reduced in volume. Reduction in volume. This means this soil does not know what is its original volume. What is its constant volume? It doesn't know. and we also don't know. So it swells or it squeezes water, volume reduction. How can you depend on some soil like this, which does not know its original volume? It can increase its water, increase its volume and affect your foundation, or it dries out and squeezes out and there's a gap in your foundation. So what shall happen? Your building can raise this way or that way, or can go down this way or that way. This means building shall not be stable. You will see some cracks like this or cracks like that. And you say, how these cracks are coming? You will not understand that this is coming because of the soil. This is a relation between soil and foundation. Foundation maybe is very good, but soil is not good. What shall you do? Therefore, you have to establish this relation and solve that problem. That means you have to have knowledge of soil engineering, soil mechanics. Your person should know about that, how soil behaves, how it conducts. If you know that one, or your professional know that one, they know this, it is better for your building. So column has got certain relation downwards and is relation to slab. Don't forget that. It has a relation to beam, because and beam has a relation to so-called lintel or slab. So all this structural system should be similarly uniform, not to be affected by fire, not to be adversely affected by wind, not to be adversely affected by seismic or earthquake load, or by direct load, live load. That much capacity we have to insert into building's structure. Means it should dance and come back. Similarly, when building is there, there's some vibration, it should vibrate and come back to that position. Even if it jumps, it should come down. That is building. If something is trying to tilt him, it should does not tilt. It should stay. If there is a force bending, beam tries to come down, but it will not come down. Column is trying to be pushed, it shall not be pushed. That nature we have to insert in soul of building. That design. Language which I am using is layman language, so that you can understand. I am not using technical language. There are technical words for every term, but that's no meaning for you people. Stability of building is more important than these terms. So building, even if it is vibrated by force, or it is tried to be destabilized by wind this way or that way in a dancing manner, or by some other force, or by fire impact, it should remain there without any major disturbance. That is called dynamism and statism of building design. Design considers all these factors. You may not understand them. You might find somebody tells you not understand, but these are there. Just like I explained about fire. If it is for fire, it's also for rivers. When this is too cold or too hot, means every condition is treated like that. We have to think, we have to analyze that way. How can you produce reliable building? Again I am saying reliable members of building, not building alone. Reliable members like column, like foundation, like soil, like beam, like slab, and like walls. These members should be related to each other in, like we say, blood relation. There should be inbuilt relation. If one member is not related to other, it will not work together. If one member is weak, one member is strong, it will not act together. That's why management is very important. And then actual work. We sometimes feel happy, I put so many columns, small columns working. They think, they imagine it's working, that's all, no more than that. They'll imagine, oh, it's not okay, no problem, it's okay. That's true, it's okay, no problem. But problem is there. Problem is there, of course it's there. We cannot deny this fact that there is no problem when there is problem. So what I say means, I'm stepping here to come to the side little. My explanation is just to let you understand and don't be misled by those crooked people who play with your money and your life. But you will believe them, I know. Believe them, I don't mind. Believe them, no problem to me. I was talking about how to check column. I explained to you at length, sketch wise and explanation wise. But that is still not adequate. That is still incomplete. I explained you how to check location of that. I mean to say horizontally how to control this location should be in line in both directions. Then it should be in plumb. There should be good supports, how to keep it vertical, how to keep it in location, all that we discussed. You can understand supporting system, understand everything, clamps or bolts, and how to check at 3 locations vertically, all that's fine. That is limited to form work or shuttering. And we have discussed already about steel, how to check steel, how to examine steel. But that is preparatory work. We call it preparatory work. Preparatory form work and steel is there, which is also preparatory work. So we are going to pour concrete for that, it's ready. There may be some pipes within, conduit pipes for electrical, that electrical will insert, and that must be properly done and protected. But point comes is, now we have to pour concrete in that. Maybe there's 10 columns this way or 5 columns this way, 5 columns that way, or there are 2, however we are doing, arranging, we have to pour concrete. That point is very important. If that point is missed or that point is not properly controlled, all your preparatory work of no use. Quite simple. Because that is real requirement. We are filling concrete, and if it's not correct, if it's against specifications, your all work is out of order. Concreting is very difficult, in fact. It depends upon how you are doing. If you are getting concrete ready mix, you have to be ready for that. If you are getting for some other, so you have tower crane on site, you are doing by tower crane and site mixing, or if it's permissible from, it's different method. And in case you are doing some other method, you have to, means generally on status projects, professional projects, pump concrete is done. Pump concrete is done, and which is professional concrete if it's done properly. Now what is that? First of all, we should know total quantity of concrete, and that's not difficult to know. Number of columns, dimensions, column height. One column is this, sum of all columns is this. That can be done, that's not a big deal. For example, is it 30 by 30, let us say 0.3 by 0.3, we say 30 by 30, and let's say 4 meters for just calculation purpose. So 30 by 30 is 0.09, is 0.3 into 0.3, 0.09, and if you take 44 meters, 0.09 into 4 is 36, is 0.36 cubic meter in one column, which is very small quantity. Column is big, of course, dimension deal, but quantity of concrete is very small. 0.3 into 0.3 is and 4, 0.09 into 0.36, around you can say 0.36 is, if there's a 6 bag in 1 cubic meter, in 1/3 how much it will be, just say around two bags of cement. It's a bit for structure purpose. So we say how many columns are there? Let us say 10 columns are there, or 15. Let's say 10 columns. So you need 3.6 cubic meter of concrete. It's difficult for ready-mix supplier to give this concrete because it affects other vendors, other customers. If you take pump and you take transit mixer, which will stay their site for maybe 2 hours, so his transit mixer shall be held up for 2 hours. That pump shall be held up for 2 hours. So you may not get concrete on a day when you require it. You may get some other time, or maybe you have to go some other way. Well, we'll just see now how we proceed that. Forget about means when we get it over. Now question is, we have to pour from top, which is 4 meters. We are not going to 1 meter only. This means we need a access platform and working platform fixed at that level where we are going to concrete. Means at 4 meter height, you need a temporary arrangement to move through from this column to all last column. We move on that, people move on that, pump guy move on that, vibrator move on that. Everybody has to move on that 4 meters, and then we need access to that 4 meter from column base. Means we need some temporary stair step or ladder also, safe ladder and safe working platform. There may be 10 people, 15 people moving on that platform from this to that. This means we need a safe platform to do that concrete, which will just be done maybe in 2 or 3 hours. Means we have to be ready for that first. And it should be safety wise, it should be clear that people should not fall, the platform should not fail until concrete is done. Because you are up, pump is locked, the distance it cannot come to that area, is little distant, and you have to control from that location down. This pump pipe is coming on. Means quantity is very less, but quantum of work is more. Handling is more difficult. Let us say we are ready with that. We are ready with good platform, our columns ready, we have to pour them. We have put level marks on that. We want a 4 meter. So we had a column, we had a benchmark on that floor. We from that benchmark we just measure 4 meter, whatever means we use, and put that this level is our concrete, and also that we have some other connections to that column. We will provide dowels for that there can be any beam, there can be some other thing. We can just put some steel bars in holes of these, or we drill holes of this ply and put them. Means that is something else I'm talking. Connections to other cross beams. Now we have to pour this. We have placed order, we have given as for column, we tell them this is slow, this is slump, and this is timings. And he agree, okay, I'll provide that one. And we are also agree, we'll get it ready, and we get that one ready by our consultant. Whoever is consultant for that job, I'm not consultant, I'm just trying to share with you. So that manager of company shall agree with you, okay, we can do this in this time, or we change a little. It's like that. Maybe you say 10 o'clock we start, I want to be there 10 o'clock, I will 11 o'clock. Just information must. If that person, no, you can't continue, I'll be there. You continue, otherwise hold on, and we'll change. Alright, everything is ready, let's say. We agreed with pump guy, we told him this is a concrete column, that pump guy has come and see where around how far it is from my delivery, and all procedure that we know is done. We are ready. Small concrete, time we fix, and everything. The question is, let us say 10 columns are there. One column cannot be cast full, that is also true. And we can cast one time only thickness of that which our vibrator permits. Let us say my vibrator needle is this much long it is. Let us say this much long my vibrator needle means where pipe is coming, and that this is solid part of vibrator. This shall go into concrete. This should go inside concrete whole depth. Then this vibrates and it has to come out when it vibrates. Which means we can pour in one time that much depth of concrete. Then after once we vibrate that, another that depth we can pour. It is like that. Not this is a full and vibrate. No, that's not possible. It has to go according to what vibrator system you have. This means if there is 4 meters and I am saying I lay 400 mm or 40 centimeter one go, there shall be 10 layers to pour in to finish that whole job of 1 day concrete job. So everything is clear. We have taken slump. This mixer has come. Probably only one truck would be there. And slump, we are happy with slump or slump is come. And we are sending this to site. We receive this material. We approve a slump, okay, fine. Your temperature records fine. Everything is fine. You are welcome. Go to the site and go to that place. It's okay. Now this pump is stationed to our column. This operator knows there is a difficulty to connect to you. For that purpose, you place one person on that platform and one person somewhere else, so that there can be communication between among these 3 persons. Persons on pour location, person somewhere else, just to see what that person signs, and then there is a person down in that pump who's getting signals that what is a stage, what is not stage, and operating pump accordingly. That person is called banksman, who is in between. But forget banksman now, I'm just telling you reference. But question is, there is a signal talk between these 3, among these 3. Just to do it, stop it, pour it, or pull it up, like that, these people talk. If this is a higher flow. Now, okay. Now, if you see in 40 centimeter, you are going to pour in one layer of bottom. What quantity it is? I said 3.6 cubic meter, 0.36 cubic meter. 0.36 cubic meter, 0.09 into 4 meter, 0.9 and 0.3 by 0.09 and multiply by 4. This is 36 is 0.36 cubic meter. So we are pouring one layer out of 10. So 0.36 is further divided by 10. 0.036 cubic meter. 0.036 cubic meter. See what quantity will be. Hardly can say small quantity. You have to pour that first layer. When you start concrete, your pump chute should go down to that level, and if there is no proper space in your column, steel are congested fluid and the small column, you cannot reach that point. It will conflict with the steel, it will conflict everything, and your pipe will, your chute shall be trapped somewhere. That's why we say your design should be constructible. It should know what column size is. It should know where this can reach. Or if this stuck in, you cannot pour in that, and that's why those irregular columns are posted by something illegal. These are not posted like this. Then we are happy with steel, we are happy with system thing. We have to pour now. For pouring, who comes? Maybe there's some brother, he comes, there's some sister. Now you take that start column and 40 centimeter pour, but remember, quantity force that comes from there in beginning of start there will be some loose concrete out. So you cannot immediately take that loose concrete in the column. You have to take out somewhere else, because that is loose because of some vibratory reasons. Pump is working and you are pushing concrete. So in start, some concrete is not actually structured. So we should take that somewhere. Don't immediately use that. And when there is a continuous flow, only then you say you can start now. This point we should be very clear of in construction. Let me stand a little. I am facing some problem here. I view this way or that way. I don't know how to do it. Let me go this way. So I cut this sun on my face. A minute. So we say that we have to start that pouring now. We do one layer, 40 centimeter, we vibrate. We say, okay, do again. We do second layer, we vibrate. Then we say, okay, let us continue. Another one, 3 layers we pour. This means we have come 1.2 meters. If we can take 4 also. There is no big harm as far as this is vibrated and interlocked. Means first layer when we pour and vibrate, tick, down. Second layer when it pours, we do this again, and we have to make sure that your needle goes at least 10 centimeter in previous layer. This is called interlocking arrangement. Means vibration, this vibration arrangement has gone to that one. So 4 layers that we have poured means we have gone 1.6 meter. Believe that, because I say 4 meter height. 4 meter, this is total pressure, and I said 1/3 height shall become maximum pressure, horizontal maximum resultant pressure. So 1/3 of 4 meters how much? About 1.4 around. How much we have poured? We have poured 4 layers, means 40, 40, 40, 40, 1.6. So we hold it now, we don't do further, and we note, we take out that pump from this and put to another column. We reach there on same platform, which is continuous one. No different platform for different columns. Platform is common for all columns. Now we go to next one. We do it again. Let me be, it is another 10 minutes. Go to other one, another 10 minutes. So there are 10 columns, say 100 minutes have gone. We have to be careful. 100 minutes means 1 hour 40 minutes. We have to be clear what gap is acceptable between last concrete and new concrete to avoid cold joints. That is important. If they say you can wait for half an hour or 1 hour, accordingly we shall go to columns, first column, second column, third column. Avoid, forget all columns, take 3 columns or 4 columns and do them, and come back to first one. You are getting my point? We have to see how many minutes it takes for one column to do, then move and shift your vibrator to other column and see how many minutes. And if you get say 40 minutes in that gap, you come back from there and do it again. First one, second layer, third, so 5th layer, 6th layer, or whatever. Maybe you need 3 stages in one column to fill in, and you complete those 4 columns. So your concrete is filled in 4 columns. Then you can start other one, same sequence, so that your concrete is poured in, vibrated in, and filled in this way without creating cold joints. Cold joint is weakness, and without allowing flash setting, because while you start columns you keep water in, spray in before concreting, so that if it is hot, if steel parts are hot and your concrete is cold, say it is 20 degrees Celsius, and your temperature of weather and your steel is say 35 degrees Celsius, it will have a flashing impact on concrete because of heat stored in your steel bars. That would release an impact on your concrete. So it's better just before starting concrete, before I'm doing first layer, keep it water cold so water drains out on the slab. It will drain out and your steel is little cold so that it doesn't fight with concrete. It doesn't transfer its heat to concrete, and that is called avoiding flash setting. Flash means higher temperature of heat and this is cold. There's a conflict between two that we have to avoid. This is all technology. It's not simply we are pouring in, no. We have to take care of relations between various materials. So that is what is important. And at the same time, you have to see that no support is loosened during concrete. So between first 4 layers of one column and then other layers, there shall be a gap of say 40 minutes. They will come back and the other 40 minutes they will come back. So let us say 10 minutes, then 40 minutes, 40 minutes and 40 minutes. It is 1 or say around 2 hours in 4 columns, then there are another 2 hours like that. And if you say it's more than that, your concrete in transit mixer shall be defective. It cannot wait that much. That's another problem. You called immediately so much concrete, and they can't use it after so many hours, permissible hours, though they are keeping it rotative. So you have to order concrete according to requirement. You cannot simply order full for columns. This is very great point, which we usually miss. And this mixer keeps on waiting and waiting and waiting, and concrete is spoiled, cannot be used. That point is very serious. It should be seriously considered how to handle that. It's not easy. Pouring is not considered alone, but pouring technology is considered. That is what I am serious about. If your pouring is defective, it's not quality oriented, all your design, all your form work, all your preparatory works go waste. Your designer may be doing lot theory on that, but it has gone wasted because your side person is illiterate or inexperienced. This point is very important. Just layman work is not professional work. It's like surgery, more than surgery. You cannot repair this after you do it. You cannot repair that. This is permanent loss. And if you do it wrong, even you demolish this, you cannot bring it back to situation because steel is damaged. And steel is coming from below. You cannot reinstate to its original state of its properties. Be very serious about this point. It's no joke, it's very serious matter, very serious issue that we miss. That is only reason I am serious about this talk, management talk. People take it too easy. Oh, they are working on concrete, they are working on farm work. Okay, I can do this. This too easy. It's same thing you think some confectioner or some doodh wala or chai wala is doing jalebi or doodh boiling like that you think. You forget that this is something else. This chai wala or this doodh wala is not thinking for 50 years. He is thinking only for that time. I have to buy another milk tomorrow and do it. But you think that way. And that is what is regrettable and sorry state of profession, that we have taken it too lightly. Nobody is serious in quality system. They are only serious in doing something. They do not know what they are doing. They forget that they are forming atomic structure of gravels mixed with other material. This is concrete, artificial stone, and there is steel in that. This chemical action, this complete transformation which has to work for decades for you, they forget it. So concrete technology is defined, but actually it is not done. You don't feel pain of that, but building works, it feels pain. It cannot tell you that you did wrong, but its results would tell you, oh, there's a distress, there's a cracking somewhere, the water is leaking, something you don't understand why it's done. There's some crack in this, I'm looking, why it's coming? It should not come. There's some seepage is coming, it should not come. You will complain, but you won't understand what done. That you accepted that layman's advice and did this. What happens? I've seen these masons, they mix so much on ground, aggregate on that dust, on that cement, and mixing by hand, putting water, and lunch, okay, keep it here, we go for lunch. They go for lunch for an hour, 2 hours, come back again, put water on that and mix it again. This is concrete. You never object to that, and they do it. Who will do it? They will, because they are not worried about quality of concrete. They are worried about, they have mixed it and put it. If they will put it, it will set, but it will not get its strength as required. That is only difference. Management of quality fails, your concrete fails, your work fails, but you are happy you have done it. Your baby concrete is not baby, is dead body. Your money is dead, but you are happy. This is where I am thinking about, and I think that you should think about. You are wasting your money, you are wasting your time, you are wasting natural property which is not created by you, created by Almighty. You are not thinking of that. You are just wasting that material which is natural one. You put it to use by mining and abusing that material. I am not putting blame on you, blame on system, that those who are qualified for this, who are trained for this, they are not serious. They take it easy going. Where we fail, that is only reason I am serious about this. This is only not column, it's for all elements which we will discuss up later on. I'll now close it now momentarily, because you cannot get all information must. You need also thinking time, that what should be done and what should not be done. This is not just in minute. You can learn, you can think on what I'm saying, or I'm just trying to state something which you cannot understand, and you, well, I'm not going to competition with you. I'm just thinking based on my experience, what mistakes happen, lessons learned, and I'm trying to share with you my career opportunities, and who are there. I don't know, versus Mr. Ditari, Babu, welcome, and Mr. Paul joined. Yes, there, Mr. Ramakant K, welcome. And I don't know, see what's the problem here. There are many more, I think. Mr. Ram Kumar, welcome. Mr. Sunesh, well, business call. So many. Welcome to all, Mother, etc. I will talk to you about beams, slabs, shear walls, later on. These are all very complicated, not that easy, and also I'll talk to you about failure of that. If you fail, how you handle that, and that's very important from every viewpoint. And I take care of you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I hope I should leave now. Thanks all for joining, and